Welcome to the Normal America Show. I'm back, baby. Host robnoerr. Happy to be with you this fine evening. John Smith complaining that I'm late. Listen, as you know, Trump is trying to get a rein on our history and exhibits like the Smithsonian. And the Smithsonian at one point told me that being punctual was a form of whiteness. So I'm just doing my part to diversify by being 2 minutes late. Man, it's good to be with all of you this fine evening. Hope you're ready for a good show. I am. Of course, we'll have to tune into some other show, not my own, for a good. Oh wait, no! No, this is it. This is the good show. To hell with those competitors. They suck. It's just me. I'm the only person that's streaming tonight that's good. WWE superstars Naomi and Jimmy Uso are pregnant. Both of them? Uh, yeet, I guess. I don't really watch wrestling much anymore. To be quite clear, I feel that, I don't know, they lost me. Actually, I only ever watched it here recently because it was something that I could bullshit to a couple of my friends with about. But they stopped watching it, so I stopped watching it. See, Brock nails it. How about that? Congratulations. Oh, man. What a weekend I had. If you missed the day show today, I talked a little about my camping trip. It was fun. It was a good stuff. Good time. Went to a pickle store, bought some hot pickles. Now, you know what's funny? When I go camping, it's like 20 minutes away from where I live. So it's like, oh, there I go. Wrong Uso. There you go. So it's not like I even took a long trip or anything. It was just right down the road. And I will be honest with you, like with the whole camping thing, I'm an old fat man. I'm not doing like primitive camping. I'm not sleeping on the ground. I'm not sleeping, even a tent. No, no thanks. If I'm going camping, I'm getting a cabin. And then at that point, though, it's like, why even bother? I have a house. I have a bed. What's the point? Now, for some of you, it might make sense. Like, if you live in the city, then yes, get out in the woods, go camping. But for me, I live practically in the woods. So it's like, I don't know. So I drove 20 minutes. I mean, it was fun to hang out with friends, but, they could have just came to my place. You know, I guess I don't have enough beds for everyone, but their asses could sleep on the ground. I don't care about that. It was fun though. We had a lot of fun hanging out with some friends, and it was two of my friends have birthdays coming up, so it was just kind of like, it's for their birthdays. Yay, no one cares. But it's nice to meet one of my good friends that lives actually near me, but he works all the time. He's in the medical field. He actually showed up. That was great. I haven't sat down and talked to him for probably over a year, so that was a lot of fun. Just catching up. Did a lot of like playing music on Spotify, ridiculous songs, you know, stuff like that. It's just nice to hang out with people that you could be yourself around. You don't have to put on airs. And to be honest, that's 95% of the people I interact with now is just my insulated group of like 20 people. And it's great. It's wonderful. But still nice to see people that are within that group that you don't get to see as often. So, what better place to do it than Cook Forest State Park? It's a great place. Enjoyed it. But, anyways, we ate some spicy pickles. We cooked some hot dogs over the fire, made some mountain pies. All good stuff. My son Hank came out the first night with us. He had a blast. Then he went with his grandparents the second night. So, the first night I didn't really drink. The second night I did. But I don't know. Didn't drink any liquor or anything, just some beer. We were drinking. We had one of the Hulk Hogan American beers. Someone had a case of them. I just had one of them. And then I was drinking Icy Light. Iron City, baby. Probably had over a span of the weekend, a dozen Icy Light beers. Woohoo! But didn't get too drunk. And then the girls, they all went to the river and went floating down the river. The guys, except me and my friend, went and golfed. And me and my friend that don't golf sat around on our asses and started a fire. That's what we did. So, yeah, Brock Van Wagner. We were talking about home prices this morning or this afternoon on the show, and starter houses in Utah are $500,000. Holy cow! Look, I have a ridiculously hot pickle. So I bought there's this store called the Pickle Barrel that was right by where we were camping. It's sort of like one of these souvenir shops, but it also did sell a lot of pickled stuff. I bought these hot pickles, hot dill pickles. Now I've eaten hot pickles before, but this one kicked my ass and everyone that had one. And then when I looked at the label, they have habaneros in the. So I did offer if we reached our goal this morning that I would eat a hot pickle. We did not. So I did not eat another hot pickle. I still have one of them left. However, I will reinstitute that rule this evening, but we ain't doing it for just $357. Nope, we'll have to get to 200% of our goal this fine evening for me to on air eat one of these habanero pickles. Because the price went up because we failed this morning. Anyways, got a bunch of stories to cover today. Some like culture stuff, some like drama stuff. And then obviously, I think the big story of the news today is Trump Trump meeting with Putin over the weekend and then meeting with Zelensky and a bunch of European leaders today. And where do we go from there? Now, I will be having a panel on this on Wednesday. It's going to be on Gibbs' channel. Right now, I think Lactoid, Wick, Dylan Burns, who else is going to be there? Average Debate Enjoyer, Grid Motorsports. I'm not quite sure what form it's. I think it's just the topics, just in general. What do we want to see happen with these meetings? You know, the war, etc. So we'll see. Obviously, you could try to make early judgments based on sort of limited details we're seeing now, and we will talk about them. But I think what's more interesting is surrounding like what we see with the Democrats and the media and sort of what they want to occur, because they want the war to continue in perpetuity for two reasons. One, the same reason that so many of these Western leaders wanted the war in the first place, because it helps bleed out Russia and because it allows them to have a place where they could funnel a bunch of money and kickbacks. But in the United States uniquely, no one wants to give Trump a victory. And so if this war ends under pretty positive terms, boy, that'll look real good for Trump. So Democrats say, nope. If the border gets secure, boy, that'd look good for Trump. So the Democrats say, nope. If crime would start dramatically falling in places like D.C., that would look real good for Trump. So the Democrats will say, nope. You're starting to get the idea. So I don't know how much I have to add on the Ukraine stuff, but we'll look at through some of the stuff, talk about that tonight. Then there's a bunch of other little stories that I think we'll be able to cover. As always, we'll take any input from the audience, any topics that they may want. And then if someone's really interested in a call, preferably if they want to argue against me, I would be happy to do that. But as usual, getting us started off with the donations, our good friend Naughty Germ, $5 as always. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Always great to hear from you, Naughty Germ. Appreciate that support. Of course, trying to raise at a minimum our goal tonight at $357. So that we can defeat all things evil. I heard this guy, Austin Hall, who thinks that $357 a day is unreasonable. I heard allegedly, he's a fan of Vladimir Putin. Just saying. He doesn't want the peace deal to work out. So we're going to smack that guy around. We're going to get some donations in. We're going to have fun talking about these issues of the day. And yeah. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to say, I'm the one that's supposed to talk. Shit, I forgot. I was ready to listen to someone else. It's great to hear from all of you, though. I know it's been like 3 days since I've seen most of you. So great to have you here. Really appreciate it. All right, where to start? Well, Sorry, I see a couple posts that I'm trying to save. So let's start off talking about the summit today. So here's Marco Rubio talking to, what's his name, Jesse Waters. Let's hear what he has to say. A lot of this I haven't heard yet, so I haven't heard this one.
Have their own considerations, and you don't want to give away one side's leverage in that regard. But let me just say this about it. I think everyone understands that some of the key elements to bringing this about is Ukraine has to feel safe moving forward. In essence, they have to believe that at the end of this war, they are in a position to never get invaded again. I think what's also true, and I think it's common sense, and I don't know why it's so hard for a lot of people to understand it, is in any negotiation to bring about the end of a war or any conflict for that matter, it's going to require both sides to receive, but also to give. In essence, one side's not going to get 100% here. Each side is going to have to make some concessions. And obviously, land or where you draw those lines, where the war stops, is going to be part of that conversation. And it's not easy, and maybe it's not even fair, but it's what it takes in order to bring about an end to a war. And that has been true in every war. The only wars that don't end that way are the ones that have unconditional surrender by one side or the other, and we're not going to see that in this conflict. So obviously the issue of that will be talked about, and the president's been very clear. In the end, what those lines look like are up to Putin and up to Zelensky and up to the Ukrainian side to decide what each of them can live with. We are going to be there to facilitate that and make that possible and make sure that both sides are talking. And by the way, President Trump is the only leader in the world, acknowledged by all the Europeans, the only leader in the world that can talk to both of them and bring them both to a meeting is Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States. He's the only one. And the fact that he's willing to do it is something that every American, including Democrats, should be happy that we have a peace president. We should be proud that we have a president that's made peace a priority in his administration.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very pleasantly surprised with Rubio and the job he's been doing. I know he's been given a lot of hats, and I'll be honest, he's not someone that I particularly cared for going into sort of this Trump administration. To me, he seemed much of the same old guard sort of neocon Republican, and maybe he's putting on a face now. Maybe he still is a neocon, and he's just hiding it as he's around Trump. Maybe he never was a neocon. Maybe he's changed his beliefs. I don't know. All I can say is he seems to be saying the right things in his role there at Secretary of State and in his other hats that he's wearing. I think that he's absolutely right, and it's something that I've been saying a long time in this conflict. I put it this way. There's only two ways for a war to end, and that is for one side to be completely obliterated or unconditionally surrender, or for them to be negotiations that result in some sort of ceasefire and peace deal. What we're hoping for is the latter. Now, unless you think that Ukraine is somehow capable of wiping Russia off the map, I don't think that that's possible. So, Russia's not going to just turn tail and run away right now. They're winning, or at the very least, they're in a stalemate. So, they're not going to leave. They're not going to do it. And so that means if you want an end to this conflict, either A, you just allow Russia or Ukraine to fight to the bitter end. I think that's terrible. Or B, you push for a peaceful resolution. Now, I guess the other option is that the United States and Europe get involved directly in attacking Russia. That would be World War III. That seems to be very bad, particularly with a nuclear armed superpower. So, the issue becomes then, okay, what does a resolution to this look like? What would a negotiation look like? And much to everyone's chagrin, who doesn't like Russia, they are negotiating from a position of strength. Ukraine is the country that is totally reliant on the West for munitions, for firepower, etc. Without them, they have nothing. Even with that, they're losing ground. And so, when a side's negotiating from a position of strength and the other side's negotiating from a position of weakness, the side with the position of strength usually gets more of what they want in a negotiation. Yeah, I'll be doing a call-in show tomorrow at noon. So that's what a negotiation will look like. The negotiation is not going to be, okay, Russia, you leave, you give a bunch of reparations to Ukraine, and you get your ass out of here and you never come again. Not happening. Pipe dream. Russia will say, thank you very much. You're unserious. We're going to continue the war. If the war plays out to the end, Russia wins. Ukraine ceases to exist without Western involvement. Let's make Ukraine stronger. No, I'm good. I don't feel like making Ukraine stronger. I feel like Ukraine deserves nothing from us, particularly the Zelensky regime. After all, they imprisoned an American for the crime of free speech, to which he died in prison. But even beyond that, we should stop involving ourselves in these foreign wars. Not our business. In fact, a lot of the reason that Russia's hostile in the first place is because of actions of the United States and the West. I'm tired of getting involved, causing a conflict, getting more involved, causing another conflict, getting more involved, causing another conflict, etc., in perpetuity. Trust me, we'll be back in the Afghanistan region in 20 years to deal with the people that we helped create way back in the 70s that we then left a bunch of munitions for when we pulled out in 2020. Just like we'll be back in Libya at some point, just like we'll be back in Syria at some point. DFM, how many times must I smack you around on this debate? If you would like to call in and get smacked around on this debate again, we can. I get it. DMF the whole time. Russia started this. Russia won't stop. They're going to do whatever. We can't trust Russia. They're only a little stronger than Ukraine. It's just right. Russia, they're Sauron. They're just Sauron. They're just the most evil. They'll never stop. If you would like to call in and get wrecked again, as you always do, I'd be happy to do it. Just let me know. DFM, more than happy. I understand the neocons that are happy to leave Ukrainians die to fight Russia. They're happy. People like DMF go, that's great. Die to every last man, Ukrainian. That's great. I am addressing the main issue. The main issue is that you're saying that Russia won't negotiate. We can't believe anything they say. Fine, then drop nukes, right? Go to war with Russia. Invade Russia. The same fucking talking points over and over. By the way, I'll be proven right. DFM will be proven wrong, as I've said from the get-go. The way this ends is eventually the United States and the West that's spending billions upon billions of dollars. Ukraine will get tired of it, and it'll be the Ukrainian people that lose. People like DMF that are happy to send your money. They're happy for Ukrainians to die for his cause. Happy for it. Why jump to nukes? Okay, then launch an invasion that will result in a nuclear conflagration. Gotcha. Same old bullshit. Anyways, let's leave a super chat. Blasterbot, $50 says, we need an AI song for the Death Pickle. Pickle Pain? Name needs to be workshop. Not bad. Thank you for the 50, though. What an absolute Chad. How about we send further aid to Ukraine? Sure. Okay. And that's done swimmingly well so far. This is also another neocon talking point. It's always this, when we say, sending this stuff won't help, it'll be worse. And then when it ends up poorly, they go, instead of saying, yeah, you're right, they said, we should have sent more. That's the issue. And if we send more and that doesn't work, he'll say, you know what the problem was? We should have sent even more. And if we send that amount and it doesn't, he'll go, you know what? You know what the problem was? We should have sent more. That's what we should have done. Sent more. That's what we should have done. If Russia refuses to negotiate, that's fine too. Then they can fight to the bitter end with Ukraine. No problem. The United States should be there to offer a peace deal, to try to negotiate. If that doesn't work, so be it. But DFM is going to call in and he's going to tell us all about how he's a good the good people that just want to keep the conflict going, and he's very generous because he wants Ukrainians to die for his cause and he wants to spend your money for his cause. He ain't sending more. He ain't volunteering, but he's happy and more moral than you to send your money. Same old song and dance. I've had this debate with DMF, I don't know, or DFM, I don't know how many times. Same old shit, but we'll do it again tonight. Why not? Oh, what messages are I getting here? Mm-hmm. Nothing. No, not the person I was looking to talk to, but we'll bring you on real quick. What's up, Zach?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How's it going?
Good. I don't believe this, but since he won't go on, I thought I would play devil's advocate.
Oh, he's coming on.
He is
right now.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Then I'll just jump off then.
All right, nice talking to you, Zach.
All right, bye.
All right. Be sure to get super chats in while I'm debating someone or talking to someone. Oftentimes, I don't prod you all enough to get super chats in, so make sure you get them in. All right. DFM, you there? Maybe he's still working out a mic issue. Yeah, John Smith gets it. He's coming on to me. You there, DF?
Mic issue?
Microphone?
Michael issue?
Yes, I suppose so.
Oh, wait, am I on?
You are on.
I have a fun short anecdote while we're waiting, just about the beginning of the Ukraine war. So I was in a national security public policy program in 2022 when the invasion happened. So one of my professors, and the invasion was happening, and we had class, and this was a global policy class, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was debating all the people in my class because I thought there was no way Russia would invade. I'm like, they're not maintaining their military right. They have decay of training because of corruption in the autocratic model. And like, there's no way they actually crossed the border. There's no way. Until the last minute, until I saw those tanks going across the border in the Crimean border, I just did not believe it was possible, and I was 100% wrong. I thought it was too stupid for Putin to do it.
Oh, all right.
So
that's it. That's what you had.
I mean, I'm just killing a little time while you're waiting for everybody.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm unprepared with the big thing. I mean, you're super wrong and stuff, but like, I don't have it organized right now.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, thanks, Michael.
Cool. You got it, man.
All right. DFM's working on his mic or something right now. I can see he's in the background. So, all right. What's up, DF?
Hey, how you doing? Apparently, I'm gonna need on. How we doing?
Good. How you doing tonight?
Okay, I've been, doing some research. Hopefully, I'm a little more prepared this time.
Okay, so when we last left off, Putin's evil Hitler, Sauron can never negotiate with him. Most evil ever. United States, Ukraine did nothing wrong. They're the paladins. They're the rangers. They're super good. Fight to the bitter end. Keep sending more to Ukraine. I about sum it up.
I'm more a Tom Clancy guy, dude. I don't do fantasy.
Okay, so the issue is now negotiations, good or bad?
Oh, I think it's great that we negotiate. I was saying that I think this has been a good meeting so far. Maybe it could go for better or worse, but I do think that we're being maybe a little too nice to Russia.
Okay, so what would you do to be less nice to Russia?
I'd use harsher language. I appreciate that the Don did agree to send more weapons. Well, sell more weapons. I agreed to that. I do wonder,
so far you have harsher language. Got it.
Harsher language, more aid, more weapons.
So we've agreed to send weapons.
Yep.
For them to put, but you wanted to send more. How much more?
Let's see, because you got to understand, we have sent old stuff, and the new stuff takes time and training to use. So I think Zelensky said something in the meeting like, oh, we would like to be able to access everything for sale, right? And I'm like, well, if they can't afford it, we should be willing to like sell it conventionally, right? Like if they want an F-35, I'd say, hey, train on it and go for it.
Okay, so then the problem is you're not suggesting giving aid, you're suggesting just selling them aircraft.
At some point, yeah, sure.
Okay, how many aircrafts would it take to make a measurable difference?
That's more like, are you speaking tactically or strategically?
Correct. Well, both, I guess. I would say that both are synonymous in the sense that I'm viewing it.
Okay, well, if we're talking about like the old, like you mean like there's a big change in the war effort, right?
Correct.
I'd say 20.
20 aircraft would be enough to do it.
Well, if we're going off the Persian Gulf War, the F-117 stealth fighter was able to, like, not single-handedly to be fair, but it did a pretty big hit to Saddam's giant air defense network.
But you're agree that was against Iraq, not Russia.
Yeah, but Iraq had at the time pretty much the latest of Russian technology at the time. Pretty much.
Okay, so let's say we send them this aircraft. One, they have to pay for it. Where are they getting the money to pay for it?
The EU. Let them pay for it, right? The EU is willing to, like,
so the EU pays for it. Roughly how much money would that cost?
Oh gosh. Okay, so I could do the math real quick. Give me a second.
Yeah, well, just I have no idea how much one costs. You don't have to be specific. Just a generality. We talking like $100 billion? We talking
not $100 billion, because like one F-35 is about the high end versions are 135 million.
Okay,
136
so
million,
20 of those, we're talking like $2 billion,
give or take. Yeah.
Okay, so $2 billion in F-35s. That would be enough, do you think, to swing the war? You think that Russia would be... What exactly would these aircraft do? They would launch attacks within Russia?
Maybe not even within Russia, but they will be able to destroy their air defense networks enough that the air war is a lot more, what's the word, tenable, I would say.
Okay, I would like to see proof that there's any military expert that suggested that sending... these F-35s would turn the tide of the war.
I mean, we could look at Israel versus Iran right now. They had, I guess, a similar technology. They were able to degrade their air defense network so badly that they were flying conventional drones and refuelers in their airspace.
But then again, the idea would be to attack Russia.
Well, yeah, like the Russian assets in Ukraine, at least.
So not the Russian government, not the country of Russia, just Russian government assets in Ukraine.
Are you asking government assets or like Russian land?
You tell me. You're the one with the plan. You're sending. They get 20 F-35s, and now they can take out air defense. Air defense where?
Air defense networks across the Crimea, across the areas in Ukraine that they are being affected.
So not in the country of Russia, just in,
if necessary,
Ukraine.
If necessary, in Russia, of course.
Okay, so you would also allow them to attack Russia with these aircraft?
Well, yeah, why not?
Okay, do you think Russia would escalate?
What has Russia done? Like, what does Russia have left right now?
Nuclear weapons, the largest stockpile in the world.
I mean, conventionally, but if you're talking nuclear, then it's mad, right? It's mutually assured.
Okay, well, that's sort of the issue now. Do you think Russia's going to stand back as the United States and Europe give Ukraine the means to wipe them out in Russia?
Wipe them out?
Yes.
I don't think you can wipe them out with F-35s. You can destroy their air defense networks. You can make
so we destroy their air defense. Now they're left completely at the mercy of any country with an air force.
Not necessarily every country with an air force.
Why not? They no longer have air defense.
Rob, you're making like 5 different arguments here.
I'm not making one argument. If we escalate to direct attacks within Russia with U.S. weaponry, Russia's going to be pissed and retaliate even stronger. One argument.
Okay. But they'd have to be retaliating against Ukraine here in this situation.
Why? What would stop them? If China, for example, arms militants in Mexico to wipe out air defense in the United States, do you think the United States say, "We're cool, China. We won't do anything to you"?
Yeah. That's
no, I don't think that's how that would work whatsoever.
If I may, it's literally what happened in Vietnam.
Well, it's a different world than it was in Vietnam. Now.
Okay. So it's the same thing that happened with
Vietnam. Also, didn't directly attack the United States.
I did give you the example of them attacking U.S. sailors. Remember the USS
Attacking
Card?
U.S. sailors that are in the region is different than attacking the continental United States.
Well, I guess
If a country armed another country
Okay.
to literally bomb American cities, yeah, you're telling me that America would say, "Hey, we're not going to go after the second country that armed them. We'll just go after the first."
I mean, Iran.
I don't understand what that word means in the context of what we're saying here.
Iran has been arming terrorists that have been attacking Americans all across the world. We haven't
Okay, do
bombed
we
them
blame
directly
Iran or
until now.
not?
Usually we do, yeah. We like
And do
are
we
it,
attack Iranian assets?
if they're in the region, yes.
Okay, so then you've proven my point and not your own.
How so?
Because you're saying that my point was if a nation arms people who then attack our continental country, we
Okay.
would retaliate against the nation that armed. And you're like, well, what about Iran? I said, what did Iran do? They armed terrorists. I said, did we go after the country of Iran? Yes. Okay, that proves my point.
Okay, but would you not consider like our bases in these other regions like part of the continental United States because these are
It's different. It's different. We had forward
Well-
military bases that are military targets being attacked than if literally cities in the United States are being bombed. The outrage from the citizens of the United States would be massively different. The calls for retaliation would be massively different. There is no doubt in my mind that if
How
we
is
get into
that
conflict,
different
if, for
from-
example, if we get into a conflict, for example, say, I don't know, North Korea, and it turns out that North Korea is incapable of attacking the continental United States, but then China facilitates North Korea with weapons that they're then able to bomb American cities, I will guarantee that the United States will retaliate against both North Korea and China.
that's I don't fully agree to that. I don't think we have that president here yet.
Well, I disagree. I think that would happen. And also, seeing as how you think that Putin's this unhinged maniac that won't stop with Ukraine, why
Okay,
would
so
he be
unhinged.
someone that's stable enough that would be willing to be wiped out and lose all power himself when he has the means of preventing that through nuclear weapons?
Well, I didn't say he wasn't hinged. I said they had announced that they weren't that they at least were interested in continuing. Right? Like that's not necessarily unhinged. That's if I can get away with this, I'll go for it. Right?
Okay, so then the argument is if we have a peaceful negotiation with Russia, they're just going to scrap it and they'll continue to go further.
I think that is a very real possibility, but my opinion is that they're probably going to, if this works, if like they get some land, they can say, "Oh, we got an off ramp. Sorry, the weather out here is a little crazy right now." Uh, but if they get an off ramp, right, and they can claim victory and they can sort of stop the war, they'll bide their time, and then maybe they'll try to like they supposedly talked about taking like an island in this lake in the Baltics to test the waters. This was like last year, if memory serves, and at the very least, I'd be interested in maybe rebuilding the military to try something similar with the Baltics. That is a
Okay,
concern.
so then the argument would be this: they'll take an off ramp now, but then they're biding their time to build up, and eventually they'll attack other NATO assets.
At least if I would argue, at least if we don't establish now that there are going to be very serious consequences for doing that. Like that is, I think that has been the issue, right? Like we haven't established that there are serious consequences for this,
When have they attacked NATO?
directly or indirectly. That's a pretty big question.
How about either?
Either, if we count the accidents with like where their missiles have gone outside of Ukraine and into like Romania and Poland, which two incidents
That
happened.
was Zelensky's missiles that attacked Poland.
It's been debated, and
It's not really debated.
well, let's grant that it was his missiles. What type of missiles were they?
I don't know the specific type. I know that when it first came out, it
Was it
oh
not-
shit, yeah. The article needs to be invoked because Russia just attacked Poland. Then it
Yeah.
turned out that it came out that it was actually a mistake, and it was actually missiles from Ukraine that ended up landing in Poland.
Yeah, the theory was that it was interceptor missiles trying to stop Russian missiles. One went off and it flew into Poland. That was
Okay.
That was one of the stories. The other one was I believe it was a drone that malfunctioned and crashed into Romania. That was another one.
Okay, what does this
So-
have to do with sort of what I was talking about?
You asked times that Russia has like struck.
Okay, so you gave an example of. So I asked for times that Russia's attacked NATO, and you gave me an example of Ukrainian intercepting missile landing in Poland.
and the drone hitting
Well,
Romania.
but again, before we get to the drone example, which
Okay.
I'll admit I don't know as much as, you gave two examples of Russia attacking NATO, and the very first example you get is actually Ukraine attacking NATO.
Because it was in Ukraine, they were trying to intercept the Russian missile, weren't they?
It doesn't matter what they were trying to do. Who fired the missile that landed in Poland?
Assuming it was a Ukrainian interceptor, then it was Ukraine.
Okay, so
But
then how is that used as an example of Russia attacking NATO?
because if Russia wasn't attacking Ukraine, then Ukraine wouldn't have to fire the missiles.
But that's horseshit. Like, that's not an example of Russia attacking. Like, you could say this about a million things. Then, hypothetically, anytime the United States was involved in a conflict, anything that happens accidentally via a third party, you could say, well, had the United States never been at war in the first place, then this attack wouldn't have happened. Therefore, the United States attacked this third country where there was an accident. You see the stupidity of this?
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so you don't have any examples of Russia attacking NATO.
The drone, there's also the attack in 2018 where they tried
I'm sorry, I'm skeptical of this drone claim. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but why would I take someone's word for it who just admitted that they called a Russia attack on NATO when a Ukrainian missile landed in Poland? Why would I take your word on this drone attack then? How do I know I'm not going to look it up and it's like, actually it was Ukrainian drone, but it was trying to fight off Russian drones when it fell into Romania? And that you're just calling that a Russian attack.
I mean, I did, like, to be fair, I did ask for, like, indirect incidents, right?
But that's an indirect incident. In my mind, it would mean something like this. Russia accidentally had a munition that fell on a NATO country. That's different than Ukraine had a munition that fell into a NATO country. I don't know how we're saying that's an attack from Russia.
Okay, well, how about, like, cyber attacks?
No, it's not the same, right?
No?
No. I mean, do you think that's an act of war?
It depends on how you look at it, because and maybe you can clear this up for me, because a factor that I keep seeing in the, we really shouldn't be involved whatsoever with Ukraine seems to be that, we do this sort of thing all the time, right? Like, we do cyber attacks. Like, so is that a provocation or is it not a provocation?
Sure, it's a provocation. I don't think it legitimizes as war. You might say that what it does is it can provide some incentive for the other side to go to war. It's exactly what I think happened with the United States and the West's involvement in Ukraine. They took actions that provoked Russia. That doesn't mean Russia's legitimate or in the right to invade. Quite the contrary. I hope Russia loses tomorrow. I fully blame them. But I think the United States took actions that led to it. And this is similar to what Ron Paul talking about 9/11. It's not that you don't blame these countries where terrorism fosters, but if you can see policies from the United States that helps facilitate that, you certainly say we should change those policies to stop encouraging this shit. That doesn't mean that you don't give those countries agency. So yes, Russia and Putin have agency, and I think they were absolutely wrong to invade. But that doesn't mean that we can't look at what the West did that helped led to this conflict occurring.
Okay, so what policies would you say led to this then?
I would say there's several. I would say probably the biggest of which is the westward expansion of NATO and the West interference in allied countries of Russia. For example, Ukraine. So when the West in 2014 either led to a color revolution that led to the Maidan Revolution, or if the Maidan Revolution was organic, which I don't believe, I think it was a color revolution. But even if I'm wrong, they certainly steered the results of that and helped the faction that came into power, which was anti-Russian. And so Russia went from Ukraine being this important allied country of theirs to now being basically under the thumb of their most bitter enemy, the United States. That certainly didn't help matters. The westward expansion of NATO as it's continued to go west, the bombing and invasion of places like Syria, another ally of Russia, that certainly didn't help matters. The fact that we had bio bases, or these bioweapon bases in places like Ukraine
biolabs.
Biolabs. I'm sorry. You're right. I should use specifically biolabs.
It's fine.
After we saw sort of what happened with the pandemic, and it looks like with partially funded U.S. labs this time in China, we had missiles stationed not far off the border of Russia. So I think those sorts of policies and aggressive posturing towards Russia probably led to Russia feeling like we have to act soon or we're going to slowly get encircled. That doesn't justify Russia's invasion, quite to the contrary.
But if I may, is it fair or would it not be fair to consider that maybe these policies were acted in response or in reaction to Russian actions?
You could say that, but it led to a provocation, or it leads to a set of dominoes falling that led to the invasion of Ukraine.
Well, the way I and many that support Ukraine see it is like, there's, let's say, like a thief or something into town, and you buy a gun, and other thief's like, oh, you bought a gun, now I have to like escalate too. Like,
That's fine. But it comes to a chicken or egg. Like maybe
sure.
Russia's looking at it from, well, the United States funded the Mujahideen to commit terrorist attacks in the Soviet Union, and so we're still pissed about that. So now that we see that, and now all of a sudden, right in our border, Ukraine, that was formerly a member of the Soviet Union, was an ally of ours. They have a violent, illegal overthrowing of their democratically elected government and install a guy who is a puppet of the United States. So we're pissed off. You say that's okay. We were allowed to do that because you've done shitty stuff. They say that's okay. We did shitty stuff because you did shitty stuff to us previously. We say that's okay. We did that shitty stuff because even more previous to that, you did shitty stuff. And
like, it is a chicken or egg question,
right.
But at the same time, like, it seems to me that simply allowing like a country like Russia, like, let's be fair here, that they are a nuclear power. Like, we gotta consider that.
Sure.
But it seems to me that just saying, okay, you have a nuke, therefore you can kind of get away with whatever you want in this area, is not a really good way to go about not domestic, a foreign policy. Like, that's not a good way to go about it, I'd say.
Well, I don't think picking and choosing when sovereignty matters is a good way to go about foreign policy either. Like, for example, if we're upset about sovereignty, do you think that Russia had the right to launch attacks in the United States as a result of our disastrous war in Iraq?
Sorry, how do you mean?
The United States violated Iraq's sovereignty based on lies. Would Russia have had the right to attack the United States? Because people in Russia, just like you, that are Russian speaking, would say, we can't just allow a nuclear armed superpower United States to do whatever they want around the world. We can't. We must draw a line in the sand and say this won't stand. We can't allow it. And so we need to arm militants in this area to go to war against the United States. You would say, yeah, they're morally justified in doing so, right? Because it would be bad precedent from their position to allow a nuclear armed power like the United States to violate another country's sovereignty, correct?
Like, hold on, let me process this a minute, because okay,
Sure.
The argument is we invaded Iraq because, let's scratch it, not because, but we invaded Iraq. That's violating their sovereignty. Therefore, if Russia would Russia be justified in arming, say, insurgents in the region?
Saddam, insurgents in the region, yeah, whoever.
Had they not armed them already? No, that's not the question. That's not the question. That's not the question. You're asking, would I agree that they are morally justified, right?
Correct. You would say it would be bad policy for them to allow a nuclear-armed United States to just do whatever the hell they wanted in the region.
Well, that gets into the question of whether I think it's justifiable, right? Like, was our invasion of Iraq?
Well, not just, there's two questions. There is the morality of it, but then there's the strategicness, right? Because your argument that you seem to be making here isn't really a morality argument. It's a strategic argument. The United States shouldn't allow Russia to do whatever they want just because they have a nuke. So we have to basically say, nope, there's a line in the sand, and we're not going to allow you to pass this. That's basically your argument, right?
For us, yes.
Okay, so would it have been, so for countries that are our adversaries, when they see us invading other countries' sovereignty based on lies, should they have strategically done the same thing?
I feel they'd be justified, wouldn't they?
I don't think so.
Why not?
I think it would be a really bad idea, and it would lead to World War III all the time. Because here's what happens. It turns out that world powers, almost all of them have illegally, or I don't want to use the word illegally, what we would consider immorally invaded other countries. And if the argument is, well, then all the other countries in the world need to stand up and go to war with the country that does that, then we'd be in World War III. I think I lost you for a minute.
No, sorry. Somebody, excuse me.
I just knew I lost you because the bird stopped chirping for a minute. So.
Fair enough. Man, the rain makes them wild. But
it's all right, I don't mind it. It's ambience.
Yeah, it's nice. I like it here. But like, there is, like, it is worth considering that there is the risk of a major war. In fact, that like looking at history, that is the reason why some big wars happen. Like the biggest one being World War I. Like, you had too many alliances, not enough considerations for each other, and eventually they just kind of said screw it, and they all went to war, and that led to a massive domino effect, right? But like I feel like in looking, like you also got to take into consideration, say what the U.S. has done versus what Russia has done historically in order to decide on policy. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, yes and no. Of course, history will matter, but I think a more important question than that is what side am I on? I'm on the United States side.
Yeah.
So yeah, there are things that I'll say I'm okay with the United States doing, but I wouldn't want Russia to do because I selfishly want the United States to come out on top. That's the way
Well,
I'm viewing it.
well,
But
you
what
could
I'm
say
saying is your mentality. I don't think it's a U.S. first mentality to say that we need to get involved in a war anytime a powerful country does
it's
something that
less.
we think is illegitimate with another country. You seem to be suggesting, yes, that is the role of the United States. We talked about this
Well,
before, but I can
well,
see, does that, again, I think I asked you this last time. Can you give me, in the past 20 years, can you give me one example of U.S. interventionism that's proven to be successful from the perspective of the people in the United States?
So back in our very first like chat discussion, I tried to get into this, but it really depends on your definition of intervention. Like when you're saying interventionism, you mean military interventionism, right?
Correct.
Okay. So after researching this, because I did do a little bit of research, I do think it is, well, I don't even want to call it that because I don't agree with it. But Iraq right now is doing better now than they were under Saddam. But again, I don't want to call that a success.
I
That
don't
was
think
like,
Iraq was a success. The idea that they're
so
potentially doing better now than they were, for all we know, Saddam would have died of natural causes. They'd be further ahead. The problem is,
potentially.
that, I think that dead Americans, how many dead Iraqis as a result of that conflict. I don't think that was a positive thing.
It really wasn't. But if we're talking about like, oh, a military campaign that accomplished its goals, it's it is so. Like here's like the weird thing about like the history and the nuance of it, because Afghanistan and Iraq were both like early on pretty big successes, right? But then as we stayed there, like fate got worse. But at the same time, you take a look at Libya, right? We were there for like how long were we in Libya? Like a month.
Well, Libya's a little complicated because it wasn't we that were there. Technically, it was sort of NATO forces arming people on
It
the
was
ground. So
well,
it's not like we invaded directly like with Iraq.
if
But so if you're talking about how long were we basically funneling money to revolutionaries, aka terrorists in the region, I think it was more than a month. But as far as like
well,
maybe official policy, I don't know where you're getting the month from. If I'm honest.
no, I like because I was like trying to look into it, but I didn't find like a timeline. But what I found interesting is that like it seems to me that it really depends on how you execute. Like that's what's really important here,
Okay,
right?
that's fair. I don't disagree
So
with that. So give me the example of when it's been executed well.
so if we were to go to Iraq, right? Because Iraq would have been uh not a roller coaster, but you have ups and downs in how it's being managed, right? Sometimes it's being managed better, sometimes it's being managed like garbage, right? So right before Bush left office, you had insurgencies gone down, the region was stabilizing, and it seems to me like the studies that I found, so studies that I apparently didn't link down, but there was the surge in the late 2000s of U.S. forces. My cousin was a part of that, and that did help to reduce violence in the region up until U.S. forces pulled out. Then everything fell apart again, and we had to go right back in. That's when ISIS took over. So I would argue that depending on how we execute things, we do have like it's not necessarily like if you look at us as a in general, like a general, like yeah, we've had a really rough
I
history,
mean,
especially.
again, you bring up the one example you bring up is one you're admitting you don't think was a success, but you're sort of playing
Yeah,
devil's
no,
advocate. Let's just look at
I'm,
some of the
it's
raw numbers in this conflict that you're
sure.
saying is a success. So
Well, I'm
we
not.
went
Hold
into
on,
we
hold
want
on. I'm not calling it a
okay
success. I'm saying there's nuance.
if you're not calling it a success, and I asked for examples of this sort of interventionism being a success in the past 20 years, why are we even talking about it? If
Because
you're
it's
like,
not
well, no,
it.
it's not a success, just to get some of the raw numbers that it's nuanced.
Fair enough.
Depending on the numbers you're looking for, I'm seeing anywhere from 209,000 and change civilian Iraqi deaths to 650,000 excess deaths. Then some of the numbers are saying 461 excess deaths. So about 500,000 dead Iraqis. That's good. And for what? Based on lies. Awesome. Or if you prefer, you could look at it through U.S. deaths, which we had about 4,500 deaths. In addition, that was just U.S. military personnel. Then, in addition to that, 3,650 U.S. contractors. This puts the combined total death over 8,000 Americans that died. I don't think that was a success. And what did we get for it?
Again, I'm not disagreeing there. It wasn't.
Well,
good.
I'm glad you agree with me. So I guess I'll go back to the question of, can you give me an example of when this sort of interventionism in the past 20 years or so has been successful?
I can't, because the definition of successful here is like complete. Like I guess the definition would be Germany post World War II, Japan post World War II, right? Like
Yeah, but that's, I mean, you understand that's going back 80
years
My
ago.
argument is, I'm not saying there was never a place for U.S. interventionism. What I'm saying is that place would be if the U.S. was ran by people who were both competent and benevolent, and we have neither. The people that are running the show right now, they don't care about the Ukrainian people. They don't care about the Libyan people. They don't care about the Syrian people. They don't care about the Afghani people. They don't care about the Iraqi people. And so what happens is people like you, whether willingly or unwillingly, are like, rah, 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 interventionism. Yes, send weapons, send troops, whatever the situation may be. Yes, keep the war ongoing. Trust us. It will be the best. We have to do it. We can't leave these strongmen leaders get away with the crap that they're doing. And then we say, okay, let's do that. And then, whoops, it ends up terrible. And you're like, ah, shucks, it didn't work that time. Anyways, on to the next thing. Now we got to fund this one again. It's what point do the rest of us go, we're starting to see a pattern here. This doesn't seem to be working out. And it's leading to an awful lot of people dead, and it's leading to financial strain in the United States and for the people of the United States. Why can't our government focus on the people of the United States and leave these conflicts around the rest of the world to the people that are doing those conflicts? And instead, what we could do is try to be a mediator and broker peaceful deals, as opposed to getting involved, which leads to unintended consequences, which means that we later then have to get involved, which leads to more unintended consequences, which means that later we again have to get involved. Okay, you would have probably said, if we were suggesting, I just want you to be honest here for a second, circa 2014, if there's grumblings on the ground of Ukraine, right? And I'm talking to you, forget about like publicly or whatever, just me and you, man to man, like sitting around a bar, right? And I said, you know what? Do you think the United States should get involved in the color revolution in Ukraine? Because wouldn't it be good to get them away from like their former Soviet partners? You would have probably said, yeah, that sounds great. And then if it has the unintended consequences of a decade later Russia invading, you would have said, oh, well, now we need to help Ukraine. It's these unintended consequences that I'm trying to avoid. I think the best course of action right now is to do everything we can to broker a peace deal, to try to get assurances for both Ukraine and Russia to stop this conflict, because I don't want to see dead Russians, and I certainly don't want to see dead Ukrainians. And I'm tired of our government sending our treasure to the rest of the world so that the people in this country are always viewed as last. I'm tired of it, particularly when it makes the situation worse almost every time recently.
Okay. So a couple of things, because there's, three things, because there's three arguments there. There's the spending argument.
Okay.
There's the, it's not helping argument, right? And there's the historical argument, right? Like the president hasn't really worked, blah, 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 right? It hasn't really worked recently.
Okay.
So for the spending argument, I don't see it. Given, like, how much do we spend overseas?
Billions, if not trillions. It depends over what length of time.
So, like, compared to what we're spending at home, I mean, I think it's negligible. Because I think one issue
I'm unimpressed by that mentality. We already spend hundreds of billions of dollars wastefully. So what's a couple more hundreds of billions? Nope. That's the same attitude that just so you know, I promise I'll let you finish. This is the exact same first argument that's used every time we suggest cutting any sort of government spending. We already spend a bunch of shit elsewhere. What's it matter? Couple $100 billion. Oh well, no big deal. I disagree.
Well, like. And I think I would agree with your disagreement if it wasn't for the second point here, in that you're arguing that we need, what was the word you used, moral and competent leaders to actually get the job done, right?
Correct.
And you agree we don't have them, right?
Correct.
So why would, like, let's say we stop spending completely overseas and start focusing at home, why would that help now if we don't have a competent or a benevolent leadership to actually do good with that money. Because to my understanding, the problem seems to be that, well, states just don't manage the money very well.
Well, it's
Like,
true that states don't manage the money well. However, when I'm talking about we don't have competent or moral leadership overseas, that's because we're talking about people involved in sort of military intelligence, etc. While I'll agree I'm not exactly thrilled with the domestic performance of politicians in this country, at least there's a better chance if we're spending the money on people back home that it gets used to some sort of utility. The chance of that happening if we're spending it overseas, one, it drastically increases the chance of that money going to fraudulent purposes, whether it be kickbacks to politicians in this country, payments to lobbying groups or whatever that have helped finance these politicians, or straight up money is going to strongmen or shitty people in these other countries. All of that increases exponentially as soon as the money leaves the United States, right? Secondly,
sure,
like
but
the priority isn't even there. At least if we embrace the idea that the priority should be the people of the Americans first, even if it ends up being spent poorly, which I think there's a better chance, especially with a president like Trump, that that money will be spent more fruitfully domestically. Even if it wouldn't be, at least we're helping move the cultural window to say we're done financing the rest of the world. We're going to take care of America first.
well, again, like it seems to me that like I guess the last part sort of addresses that because you're arguing, oh well, if we do that, then culturally at least we'll start moving in a direction where eventually, right? Like we won't have to like fund places around the world and finance this and that, right? But like, could we not just say the same thing for the overseas funding? Like,
Yes,
okay,
we
if we
should cut
get,
all that funding. I agree.
no,
I
I mean
think that
like
the vast majority of overseas funding we spend is absolutely absurd. I totally agree with you. We should cut it as well. What we're talking about here is specifically overseas funding that's leading to the direct deaths of Ukrainian men. So I think that
okay,
that's a
so
unique
let's if
evil,
I if,
but it's certainly the spending itself should be avoided. Especially, yeah. So, like, the
uh
argument you're making is what we would call a non-unique argument. Yeah, but we already spent a bunch of money overseas elsewhere, so why not send these Ukrainian men to the meat grinder? No, one, that's not an offensive reason to spend this money. We should still stop spending the money. And second, it's to a unique bad cause.
well, okay, hold on. So you're saying it's a bad cause to support
Yes, it's a
Ukraine?
bad cause to fund Ukraine for not because you're interested in the people of Ukraine, but because you're interested in your own motivations, which is directly leading to thousands upon thousands of Ukrainian men dying. Yes, that's bad.
Okay, so
Spoiler
say
alert, you agree with me, this will be the end of it. Inevitably, the
uh,
people that you support in leadership in the United States and in Europe will move on to a different cause, and the people, the men of Ukraine, the people of Ukraine will be fucked. Just like Libya, just like Afghanistan, just like Syria. That's what's going to happen. They'll find a new cause, a new focus. They'll say, this is the most important thing. We need to put all of our energy here. There'll be a new country with their flags in everyone's bio. And there might be good people like you, because I think you're a legitimate person that gives a shit about the people of Ukraine. And you're going to go, hey, what happened? And I'm going to be like, DF, I told you, man. I told you this is how it was going to end. These
uh,
people don't give a fuck. The Western leaders don't care. They don't give a shit about the Ukrainian people. They
uh,
don't care. They saw them as a tool to get something that they wanted achieved. And as soon as that tool outlives its usefulness, then it's on to the next tool.
that
That's what's
might
happening. And all of these Ukrainian men, we could have tried for peace 2 to 3 years ago. And Ukraine would have been in a better negotiating position than they are now. But no, that wasn't useful to
uh,
these
mm,
Western leaders.
hold on, because to my memory that didn't happen. Like you're talking about like the story that supposedly there was a Russia proposed a peace deal before, not before the war, during the war, early on, right? And that uh, was the story that the British Prime Minister went in and like sabotaged it.
Yes, that's
I've heard
part of it. That yes, that story literally happened, and I believe that
did
there
it.
was probably some truth to that. But even if that story didn't happen, that doesn't mean that that's not what the U.S. could have been pushing for,
So
and they could have stopped the funding, which would have brought Ukraine to the
okay,
peace deal or to
okay,
the negotiating table.
okay. Well, two things, because there's like like kudos to you. You make way better arguments or faster arguments than I can keep up. Fair enough. But
I
I
think you're
do
doing fine, by the way.
nothing.
So
Nothing.
that's all right.
No, thanks. It's just like I want to like because I think you're like I think we both agree on like a lot of things generally. Like I like I got introduced to you via the time you like brought up the J6 arguments to Destiny. Pretty based. Like kudos.
Well, thank you.
But like and to be fair, it's not just you, but generally speaking, there is this disagreement that I do have on foreign policy with a lot of like people's, conservatives that I agree with, or that I usually agree with. And like going back to the argument, because I think to a degree you're right that hey, leadership doesn't really care. They'll probably move on eventually to XYZ deal. But in that case, would it not be fair to like to make the same argument about like the domestic policy that you want leadership to not behave that way? You want them that if we're gonna fund an ally, that they actually fund the ally, right? Like that. I
Well,
guess it's a little
no,
idealistic, right?
but again, right. But the problem with that would be like in perpetuity, right?
I
Like,
mean,
so like we say
so
we're going to fund an ally. So it's like, how far, let's assume we go the other way with it. Let's assume then, let's see if I got your argument correct. What you're saying is like, but what if we didn't have that? Wouldn't we want leaders that say, hey, Ukraine, we got your back and we're going to have your back, right? No matter what. That's sort of what you're saying. So we do give a shit. We care about your people. Okay, well then how long do you think we'll have to fund it?
so that gets it. Well, that gets a lot into like the moral question, doesn't it? Like how long should we fund something?
Well,
Because
now morality, if you want to bring morality into it, that's a separate issue altogether, right?
sort
I
of,
thought you were
it's an
talking about
importance.
strategic.
It kind of gets into both, doesn't it? Because for example, the police, funding the police, right?
Hmm.
Like, would you say funding them is practical or moral?
I would say both, but it's definitely more strategic than moral.
Probably. Like,
There's
I
a,
don't
I mean, it
disagree that
depends on who
there
you're
is that.
asking. If I talk to my libertarian friends, they probably say
Oh,
it's immoral, you
oh,
know?
true. But like generally speaking, we want a force of security, like making sure that hey, yeah, like, crime's gonna happen, but that doesn't mean we don't want to have people like say firefighters or but like heck, even in the for the libertarian argument, a volunteer force, we want them to have the equipment, right? Like I think a libertarian's ideal would be like it's all volunteers and everybody's also volunteering the supplies needed.
But it's a different argument, saying that we as a collective are forced to participate in a government and we are forced to pay taxation through it. And so there's an agreement on what that government's supposed to do. In other words, our government is us, the citizens,
Yeah.
being forced to give up a portion of what our labor and our property earns. And we give it based on some implicit agreements that we get from the government. Protection, whether it be militaristic protection or policing. Roads, infrastructure, things of that nature. That's different than our moral obligation to fund a military in this outside country. That's not part of the agreement, like not even the implicit agreement. Now I understand the way our country works now. Yes, so much of this money is spent. In fact, I would say the bulk of the money is spent in ways that sort of goes against that implicit contract that the citizens of this country have with their government. But it doesn't really apply to the same moral argument you're talking
Sort of
about
'cause-
funding firefighters.
Well, sort of, because we got to remember part of the reason we are in NATO, that we have so many big alliances, that we're funding so many bases around the world, is in large part to make sure that Americans are safe in general. Like
That
that's
might be the excuse that's given, but I totally
okay,
disagree. That's not how it functions in form. Like,
well,
how is spending NATO protecting me, a United States citizen? Go ahead,
well,
explain it.
well. When was the last time a NATO member was invaded?
Great. Sounds like we don't have to worry about Russia invading NATO then.
Exactly. So that's partly
Okay,
why.
so then your argument that you're worried that Russia won't stop with Ukraine and eventually they'll go into NATO countries is nonsensical.
Well, depends on how Russia. Like it could change.
You can't have it both ways. You can't have like funding NATO, of course. Now no country will ever attack a NATO country. But at the same time, if we don't continue to fund Ukraine, then Russia's going to attack NATO.
Well, it's sort of like a preparation argument, isn't it? Right? Because you're saying, hey, historically speaking, using wood has worked, but hey, there's this new thing called fire. So if we don't, and so maybe we should fireproof the wooden house that we're building.
No, I disagree. I think that it's clear contradiction in your argument there. And I think that the idea that, like, okay, a NATO country didn't get attacked is different. What country do you think in the world is going to launch an attack in the United States if we weren't in an alliance with NATO? Who's in that position?
Right now, historically? Or right now or historically?
Right now.
Right now, if they wanted to, China and Russia could potentially sneak in submarines and launch missiles at US.
Okay, so let's say, and somehow, so they would do that if we weren't in NATO, but if we are in NATO, so presumably they would be willing to attack the United States with, I guess, submarines, like nuclear-powered submarines. They would be willing to attack the United States if we weren't in NATO. But if we are in NATO, so what's the amount of deterrence? So let's say NATO right now. a country, let's say Russia or China, that would think about attacking a NATO country. If you had to break down the countries in NATO and the amount of perceived deterrence that each country gives, what do you put, say, the United States for the percentage of deterrence that comes from them?
Oh, we absolutely do most of the deterrence. In fact, that is
Give me a bulk of what percentage you would put that on.
Oof. I actually saw. Oh gosh, I saw the numbers once. It was something like it's close. It's close to 70%.
It's more than that, though. That's just the amount of money spent in the military. But it's more than that when you think about it, because it's not just about the money that goes into the military.
Yeah, no, because it's
also about
the ships, the navies. We have bases overseas.
So I would say probably 90% of the deterrence in NATO comes from the United States. But hell, even let's use that 70% number. Okay, like I think that's lowballing, but let's use it for the sake of argument. Okay, so then you argue that the 30% from collectively the rest of NATO is enough to stop China attacking the United States, but not the 70% deterrence that the United States would have on their own?
Well, that's one of the questions, right? Like, would we have so, like, if you look at like the immediate, World War II is such a cliche example, but it's also like there's a reason for it, because right after World War II, we did try to demilitarize, if you will. Before World War II, we had this policy that, okay, we can only militarize when there's a war, and then immediately the army mostly disbands. That's why in 1941 there was our military was smaller than Romania's. But
I don't disagree, but again, what we're talking about is a time of great wars.
But you understand if I may, because the conclusion that I was getting at is that we are spending a lot partly because of our alliances and our, I guess you could say, our requirement to keep those alliances funded, right? Like, we're the ones keeping them safe, right? So would we be spending as much? Would we be spending as much if we weren't in these alliances?
No.
So would it be fair to argue in this
scenario? Let's say, I guess, let me rephrase the argument, right? Sure. Would we be spending enough? No, quite literally, no. Unless we decided to voluntarily spend as much and use it to protect the United States, as opposed to protecting all of Europe as well. No, it would make the United States far more. So when you talk about deterrence, yes, it would be far more of a deterrence to attack the United States, because all of that military that we're spending to protect Europe would now be being spent on protecting the United States. For example, it would probably mean that attacks that are low-level conflicts, like from cartel members, invasions of our southern border, if we focused all of that spending we have on protecting Europe to protecting our own country and our own borders, all of that would be so much easier to take care of. But instead, we're prioritizing invading Syria, invading Iraq, invading Libya, protecting Ukraine, protecting Afghanistan. See the problem? That's the issue.
Certainly, but there's the pre-war.
We got to give it, my mods are yelling at me, so I got 5 more minutes for you. It's all right. It's all right.
This is fun. So, honestly, I think we both agree that this meeting was generally pretty good, right? This meeting seems to be going well, right?
Yeah, well, I hope that it results in a peaceful resolution. It's something that should have happened years ago, and it would have led to far less Ukrainians dead. And I think the idea that we spent money so that we could send Ukrainian men to the meat grinder was a huge mistake. And I think that history will look at it as a huge mistake, because I think what we'll see is that Biden was feckless, he was weak, and that European leaders and people in the Biden administration wanted this conflict to continue. And that's why so many are gnashing their teeth right now, because they don't want Trump to be responsible for some sort of ceasefire and peaceful resolution. That's not good for business for them.
Agreed on they really don't want to give Trump a win. I do think EU leaders wanted the war to end so that they could get their Russian oil. But at the same time, they didn't lift a finger, to be fair, right? But
the United States should stop meddling in these countries in foreign affairs. Same's true of Israel and the situation there. Stop funding Israel. Stop it. Right? That's what we should do. It's always exacerbated. There's unintended consequences. It says maybe 50 years from now, it makes sense once we have benevolent, competent leaders back in charge to say, you know what? The United States should be the world police. But the United States no longer has the treasure. We are not in the position as the unique world superpower that we were post the fall of the Berlin Wall. We're not. We have waned. We're still the superpower. We're still number one, but the gap is shrinking and shrinking. And
Well-
what's happening is we're not prioritizing the people of the United States. We're not the same country that we were in 1990. And a lot of these policies, these world police, we give a shit about the rest of the world, has led to the hollowing out of the manufacturing class and the middle class in the United States. And it's benefited a lot of awfully rich people in countries around the world. And the idea of sending military assistance and money to all of these countries, which exacerbates the situation, which leads to one conflict after another. And oftentimes the biggest loser is the very countries where we're sending this military aid, the people of them. Maybe their leaders like Karzai in Afghanistan run away rich, and I'm sure Zelensky will run away rich at the end of this, but it's the people of these countries that end up suffering the most. So we should stop it.
I think it varies. I think that, like, I would really love if we could. Don't get me wrong. I would love I would love it if we could just go back to like 1920s when we were just focusing on the border and on ourselves and just like the roaring 20s, you know. But I don't think China's going to play ball. I don't think Russia's going to play ball. I don't think they've ever played ball. And I think that's partly why we can't just do that.
Okay, so if that's the case, then we should just invade them now, right? If the argument is Russia's just going to agree to a deal so that they could build up their military and then later attack NATO, then the ultimate solution's to what? Just wipe out Russia now, right?
No, I
Because
think
they're
the
just
solution,
liars and they're always going to attack more. So it's
No,
us or them, right?
no, I think the solution is to establish greater deterrence.
Like what?
Hmm.
Like what?
Okay, so for starters, we need way more Patriot batteries. We need way more THAAD batteries. The Abrams upgrades needs to get through. Honestly, we should just scrap the Zumwalts. Good concept, horrible execution. We should keep going with the Arleigh Burks. Aegis needs all its upgrades. And
But all of this has to do with defense and deterrence against attacking U.S. targets.
and they should be placed in and around like our
Okay,
allied
so
nations.
so Ukraine should join NATO.
Honestly,
Yeah.
Yeah, they should.
Okay, so Ukraine should be part of NATO. Any attack on NATO would be invoke. What article is it?
Article 5.
Article 5. So if Ukraine joins NATO tomorrow and Russia still attacks, then you would say the deterrence factor would be we have to go to war with Russia.
Unfortunately, yeah, that is how it works, right?
So then you would admit that your policy would lead to a direct war with Russia.
Could lead.
What do you mean could? It would obviously be if Ukraine joined NATO like this week, Russia ain't pulling back.
Well, it seems part of the reason Russia even invaded Ukraine so quickly was to prevent them from joining
That's
NATO,
right, because
So
they
they
were worried that Ukraine would join NATO,
Yeah,
which
and
would
then
lead to
the window of
further
opportunity.
encirclement. They view NATO as an offensive military alliance, which sole designation is to stop Russia and to destroy Russia's influence in the world. And they view that NATO's westwardly expanding and encircling, and they don't like that.
Well,
They don't like
yeah,
that at all. Just
Of
like
course
the
they don't
United
like-
States wouldn't like it if, like, the Warsaw Pact was slowly, all of a sudden, Canada joined and
Well,
Mexico joined. We wouldn't like that. We'd be like, what the fuck's happening?
We
Our
wouldn't like it,
greatest adversary has
Well-
now entered into military alliance with both our northern and southern neighbor.
Well, we wouldn't like it, but we couldn't just start a war over it, right?
Sure we could. You don't
Oh,
think
we-
I mean, are you
scratch
kidding me? We started wars over bullshit in Iraq.
Sure, but
I mean,
in Iraq
I don't
we had-
think that you have to understand, like, it's all about power. Like, our leaders, nor the leaders of Ukraine, nor the leaders of Russia aren't going, whoa, 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 it would be immoral to start a war. They ain't looking at it through those lens. They'll find a way to justify their actions.
I mean, they might. They would. But
Do you think the United States has engaged in any military interventionism in the past 20 years that you would say was immoral?
immoral? Yeah.
Yes. Okay, well then, why do you think it would change all of a sudden if we were being encircled by a military alliance designed to go after the United States? You'd be like,
Because
wow, the
generally-
United States wouldn't do anything because that would be immoral.
Well, because
Please.
generally speaking, the acts of immorality that were done, for example, take Iraq. We can say that Cheney and Bush knew yada yada yada, but the generals in charge, the guys executing the operations, like, I have this book. Like, it was a journalist following Bush around and then interviewing him, and Bush mentions how in his interviews with families, like, the families didn't want the war, they didn't want to send their troops overseas, but they did say most families agreed that there was a need.
I don't understand what any of this has to do with what I was talking about.
I'm saying that if we're talking, has America done anything immoral in the past? Yeah.
The
it's a
argument
little
you're making
different.
is if China is engaged in a military alliance, and all of a sudden, country after country joins it, and that military alliance is basically geared toward going after the United States, and then all of a sudden Mexico and Canada join. You're like, well, yeah, the U.S. wouldn't like that, but it would be immoral for them to take action. And I'm like, but the U.S. has taken military action in ways that you would consider immoral in the recent past. And you're like, yes, but there was let me finish. And you're like, yes, but there was a journalist embedded with Bush, and he said that people didn't want to send it. What the fuck does any of that have to do with what I just said?
I was trying to get around to the idea that it wasn't based on policy. Like our immoralities were usually for like the bombing of a hospital it was the Iraqi border region. That wasn't a policy, right?
I don't understand what any of this has to do. So let me try to see if I can see where you're going.
Sorry.
Because the immorality wasn't based on policy. If the United States was encircled by a military alliance that was out to get the United States, it would still be immoral based on policy for the U.S. to act. Therefore, the U.S. wouldn't act because they'll only enact militaristically with immorality if it's not based on policy.
No, not exactly. I'm saying, I'm saying that at least historically speaking, I don't think we would have started a war like that. Like the closest example you have is Cuba, right? That's the closest we have. And that wasn't a war on the Soviet Union.
Yeah, I don't think you have any backing for this. You're saying that the United States would just throw up their hands if China took over Canada and Mexico and started a military alliance against the United States. They would just throw up their hands and go, "Well, there's nothing we could do. That's it. We're not going to do anything. It would be immoral. It would be immoral for us to do it. It's nonsense. You know it. I know it.
I'm not saying that's what we would do. I'm not saying we would lower our hands and just give up. But I'm saying I don't think
the morality of the issue has nothing to do with it. They would find an excuse. They would say there would be some false flag, or there would be some sort of aggression that would harm the United States, whether it be a miscalculation, whatever, and that would be used as justification to launch military action. We all know that that's the case. I don't even understand why you would try to make this point. There's a million points you can make other than this. If the United States was encircled by military adversaries that took over Mexico and Canada, they would just let it go because it would be immoral to do otherwise. Is a nonsense argument. You know it, and I know it.
But you did ask about the maybe I misheard, but you did.
No, I didn't ask about the morality. I said, what would the United States do if we were encircled by a hostile military alliance that took over Mexico and Canada? And you were like, well, morally, they wouldn't be justified in doing anything. And I was like, well, does that have anything to do with anything?
Did I say moral?
Yes, that's why we're on this.
I thought I said that in response to you asking, has the U.S. military done anything immoral?
That's why I asked. In response to you saying morally the United States wouldn't do this, I said, that's nonsense. The U.S. has taken military action that you would consider immoral in the recent past. That's why I asked that question. But it was in response to your claims of morality. If you're not making the immorality claim, fine, then there's no argument here. Great.
I think I was more saying, I don't know.
I don't know, man. I got to let you go. I do. You can feel free to go back in some other time and talk about it.
These are fun. These are fun. All
right.
I don't know. Good luck. Take care.
All right. Thanks, man. Bye. All right. Michael Hatch, I see you're in the call, the waiting room. That's perfectly fine. But you're in there 2 times, and I don't know which one to remove. So I think that you probably tried to sign on 2 devices. So whatever device you're not using, if you just remove, I promise I'll bring you in after this. Anyways, let's read some super chats and get some grifting going, right? Roarcast, $5 has been enjoying the streams lately. Full-time Rob's great. Keep it up. Shout out to Vonda. She's battling cancer, but has a good spirit. Vonda, we'll be praying for you. God bless you. I know it's a very difficult battle with things like cancer, but just put your faith in God's will and do everything you can to personally help yourself to be healthy. But we'll be thinking of you. Thanks so much, Roarcast, and prayers out to you, Vonda. Blasterbot, $10 says, if only Biden and Obama said more mean words about Putin, then Crimea and Ukraine would have never been invaded. Yeah, pretty bad look when I ask, what policy differences would you have, or what would you do different? And he's like, first off, we should use harsher language. Okay. Blasterbot, another $10 says, clearly Russian hackers in 2016 hostile act of war, 20,000 in Pokemon Go ads were absolutely devastating. Our country's never recovered. Literally worse than 9/11. I shit you not, there were at least one Democrat senator, I can't remember who it was, said that it was an act of war. I mean, we're talking about a potential war with nuclear-armed superpowers. People are so flippant about it. Amicad, $5 says, I choose to send my money to Rob instead of Ukraine. I promise not to send soldiers to die on my behalf, so thank you so much, Amicad. Achilles, thanks so much. $5 says, here's my money, Rob. Thank you. Great mod, and thank you so much for your support. Postal Joe, $20 says, this money was meant for Ukraine, but was intercepted by warlords. Where there's a will, there's a way. Oh, we'll get to that in 1 second. And lastly, Achilles, $5 says, remember, we are lions. We protect the weak from the wicked. Thank you so much, Achilles. Really appreciate it. Now, we did from Postal Joe get a $20 donation. And as we know, any $20 donation, unless specified elsewise, the birds were fine, DFM. I enjoyed the call. Results in the whip song. Get in those donations.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's.
All right. Thank you guys so much. Let's try to get to 50% of our goal before we bring on the other caller. It wasn't really a call-in show. Where are all these call-ins during the day? Call-in show. That's all right, though. We had a lot of call-ins today. It was actually a lot of fun, today's call-in show. And I've given DF a hard time on this topic, but that's because I'm a whiny little bitch, and we've talked about it like 5 or 6 times. But I actually enjoy those calls, so I thought it was fun. So let's try to get to 50% of our goal. We only have 9 donations tonight. They've been incredibly generous, but only 9. Remember, $20 gets the whip song if you like it, or you can just donate $200 flat to end the whip song for the night. That's fine too. But yeah, let's get some of those super chats in. Now, I'm practically in the poorhouse. Oh, that reminds me. Not in the poorhouse. I'm lying. Batman, I see you over there in Rumble. $2 says, you make more money than me, Rob. Well, thank you. Now listen, I don't like to talk about the total amounts of money I make, but if I may, sometimes the money seems like more than it is. Let me give you an example of why. Yes, my last job, I made roughly $20 to $21 an hour, but I worked about 80 to 90 hours a week. However, when you break that down, I didn't get paid 8 hours a day at my job. I had to be there 24/7, but I had an 8-hour sleep shift. I only got paid if there was an emergency during that shift. So even though I was literally away from home half the week, I didn't get paid literally half the hours in the week. However, I did do a bunch of extra trainings, meetings at the office, etc. So I think I was averaging about 70 to 80 hours paid a week, but I actually put much more time than that physically at location at work. The money that I got from that, though, didn't just include money. It also paid my taxes. My taxes were taken out of it. And it gave me health care. And it gave me a 401k, etc. Now that I'm self-employed, I have to pay all of that. In addition, when you look at the YouTube money, roughly I get about 70% of that. Then the tax man takes about another 37% of that. So the reason I came up with the number 357 was it would be what I thought would be sufficient after the tax man, after YouTube takes a cut, to sort of replace my previous income and give me a chance to get healthcare, etc., etc. So, but yes, that's it. Anyways, send me more money until I'm a ridiculous billionaire, right? But yeah, it is misleading because a lot of times you could look at the money and you're like, wow. And now I'll admit, I'm someone who's been working class my entire life, always lived paycheck to paycheck. It looks like big sums of money, right? It's like, holy shit, I could go on certain websites and see, this guy got $20,000 donated to him last month on YouTube. Yeah, that's probably roughly $8,000 after the taxman gets their share and YouTube gets their share. That's probably what you're looking at. Now, for me, $8,000 a month is still crazy. That's a crazy amount of money. That's awesome. As someone who grew up in, my parents probably making 40, 50,000 a year. It's still a crazy amount of money, but you see the point. Uh-oh! Fat guy with beard, tariff, Zachary Gelpy, $20. You know what that means? Any $20 donation. Uh-oh!
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
Thank you so much, Bandit. 848 gives $2, says Scrooge McRobb. Yeah, except I think jumping into gold coins would probably break your neck. But yeah, sure. I'm a big Scrooge McDuck fan. John Locke, $10. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the donation. Says, would this be a good argument to use against secular humanists? I go on a job interview with 5 other people, get the job, and the 5 other people don't. Is that morally wrong because I cause harm to 5 other people? It's an interesting argument. It depends on what the secular humanist is specifically advocating for. So it's not so much secular humanist as it is sort of a utilitarian calculus. I believe that we're all in some sort of threshold between utilitarianism and deontology. So we all make judgments on what we feel is morally righteous in the individual moment, plus evaluating what is the greatest good. The problem is, what does greatest good mean? To whom? Like, for example, are we talking about all humans? Are we talking about the greatest good for our country? Are we talking about the greatest good for a group of people that we think deserves the good more than others? It becomes difficult to nail these sorts of things down. Now, secular humanist is able to sort of get out of a lot of arguments because they'll say that they don't have this real stable answer that they need. They'll just say, like, well, we'll just debate about it, we'll talk about it, and we'll allow people to reach some sort of scientific consensus. But it's not going to be that simple. So if the secular humanist argues from the perspective of utilitarian, greatest good for the greatest number, well, then the logical implication of that would be if you yourself get, like, for example, if me making $500,000 a year could be spread out to 5 other people that could use that money more fruitfully to me, then you would say that perhaps it would be immoral to allow me to accumulate that $500,000. Now, to steelman the secular humanist argument, though, they'll probably say that it would only be immoral for you to take affirmative action that harms someone directly. So, in other words, it may be immoral for you to accumulate wealth at the expense of others, but it wouldn't be immoral for you to accumulate wealth that elsewise could have went to someone else. That in itself isn't an act of immorality. It would only be if it was in excess. So, as far as harm reduction, what would the harm reduction be? One of you is going to get the job, which means the harm wouldn't be reduced. Because if it wasn't you, it would be one of them, thereby meaning there's no reduction in harm. But if it's like you get a second job, then potentially that's an argument. You already had enough to live, you have a first job, you apply for a second job, you take that job from a person that only has one job. I don't know, it's a potential argument. But I think the better argument against the secular humanist is that they don't have a stable point for where morality comes from. So there's a bunch of questions that you could get to is what exactly is their morality? Like stealing isn't wrong to a secular humanist. You have to look at each and every situation. If the person's stealing to feed their children, then the act of stealing itself wouldn't be wrong if it's for a moral greater good. Or rather, it's at least debatable. The strength of the Christian argument, or any religious argument for that matter, is there are a set of laws that come from a higher power. And we don't even need to understand how those laws were brought about. That's sort of the whole point. God is beyond our limited human understanding. He gives us rules. We say, fine, those are the rules. If you don't have that, and that's fine. I understand people say, how do you know your religion's correct? That's the weakness of sort of the theological argument. How do you know that your God's right? For example, our friend Zach is of the Jewish faith. I'm from the Christian faith. Who's to say that I'm right and he's wrong, or vice versa? Now, when it comes to sort of the big three religions, there's a lot of overlap. But let's say there wasn't. Let's say that some other monotheistic religion, and I completely is at odds with Judaism or Christianity. Who's right and who's wrong? That's part of the argument, right? But the counter to that, or the weakness of the secular humanist, is if you don't have a stable plot that morality comes from, if it's all sort of debatable and subjective, what do we do in that instance, right? How do we decide in any instance what's right and what's wrong? Best for whom, right? And like, for example, when the secular humanists will say something like, well, we all come together and we discuss what would be best and whatever people decide is what's moral, well, that's nonsense. What do you mean by that? If 51% of the people come out and say we think slavery is moral, then all of a sudden slavery is moral? Of course not. I would still say it's immoral, even if that's the law of the land. Bandit for $2 says, if you worry about the other five, stop navel gazing. Well, I don't think John Locke is worried. He's merely presenting a hypothetical to argue against. All right, 8% more, and we'll bring on the next caller. I have a lot of shit to say tonight, though, that we haven't got to. I guess we'll leave the Ukraine war situation there. There's other stuff. Oh, one thing I was going to say is, I'll show you this real quick. U.S. national debt hits record $37 trillion. National debt surpassed $37 trillion, comes months after December 2024, we hit $36 trillion. At some point, we better stop spending. And by the way, this shit's thrown on Trump, too. He spent like crazy in his first term as well, even before COVID. I love Steve Winwood as an artist. I don't know much about his personal life or politics, but Back in the High Life, I love that song. Zoroastrian Rob over here. I try. And I may have pronounced that correct, which is rare for me. All right, we're almost at 50%. Now listen, I'm trying to grift a little. Remember, the offer's still on the table. For 200% tonight, I will on stream eat one of the last of this ridiculous habanero pickle that I have. And it will beat my ass. And it would be bad to eat it post midnight. So if we could just get to the 200% before midnight, that'd be great. Zoroastrian. We're almost to 50%, and then we move on with the caller and some other stories that I have highlighted tonight. But yeah, $37 trillion of debt. At some point, we got to be like, hey, we got to start reining this stuff in. So I agree with the caller that just stopping the hundreds of billions to Ukraine will barely put a dent in it, but I think that's a good place to start, or at least one place that we should be looking at. Zoroastrian, of course. Oh, let's see. How am I going to yell at people to donate? Well, we'll start with this. We haven't been to 50% yet. We're an hour and a half into the
tariff.
Oh, my goodness. You're all tariffed. I got to come up with some more like little clickbaity things. You could do it, audience. You can get to 50%. I know. Back in the High Life again came out in 1986 when I was only 23 years old. True. I would have been 2 years old. No, I'm not eating a super hot pepper on stream for $1,000. Nope. I'll eat the hot pepper, which is hot enough. But that's doable. For 200%, I'll eat this one hot pepper. But no, one time I ate a habanero and it beat my ass. I'm not doing it again. Not happening. Now I've learned from my mods, Achilles, EOD, Are We Not Men? Sometimes you just gotta hunker in. You just gotta hunker in and say, nope. Until we get to 50%, we're not moving on. We're holding the stream hostage, baby. That's right, baby. I guess we'll play a Griff song since we're talking about pickles. They're sort of like olives. There we go. Griff's song. Trust me, I got more good shit. We got a caller on the line. Let's get that donut bar to 50%. We can do it. All right, we're close, only 5% away. Let's read the super chats that came in. I promise. I got good shit tonight. I promise. Will Wolfter, $5. Thank you. Says, hey, Rob, do you have any places you'd recommend online to start getting into debates? I've done TikTok, but they're toxic. Too toxic. Yeah, go on to the panel scene. So people like Sarah Tomato. She's got a channel or show going on right now tonight. At the end of the 2 hours or 3 hour debate, she opens it up almost every time to open panel. Tonight's debate is on Christian nationalism, so I'm sure you could hop onto that if you wanted. Now, my mods are going to be pissed because I do this all the time. I'm about to put the link to someone who's streaming right now, so I'm sort of advertising my competitor. That's okay, though. I like Sarah. There's enough views to go around. So going to shows like that, you also have Admiral Gibbs that does sort of shows that he has coming on. Grid Motorsports has a debate show that he does on Fridays. It's like little 5-minute debates. That's a good spot to get in. Then you have people on the left, which I don't recommend as much because I prefer you give right wingers a chance. But you can go to like Prime Caves, which does panel shows. Panels are the easiest to hop on when you're starting debating for two reasons. One, because they're always looking for a litany of debaters. And second, because it sort of gives you the ability to not have to be the center of the show. And so if you have some good points, but you're uncomfortable being someone who could talk for like an hour and a half, it allows you to sort of get some good points out and then allow other people to take that torch and run with it. So those would be my suggestions. Bandit 848 for $2 says you need the Bob Dole line from the 90s cheese ad. I don't know that one. I know Bob Dole. Amicat $5 says got any future debates lined up. Wednesday, I'll be on an Admiral Gibbs panel. I think that's going to be at like 8:30. That's going to be me, Lactoid, Gibbs, Grid Motorsports, Dylan Burns, Wick, Average Debate Enjoyer talking about Russia-Ukraine situation. Then this guy Usurper called in today. He wants to set up a debate with me on Russiagate type stuff. And then there's stuff I still can't talk to you about that I have being lined up behind the scenes. It's not necessarily debates, but it is real life meetings that I'm going to have with much bigger channels. And I think that will lead to me being involved in a lot more serious debate stuff. So I think in the next 3 to 4 months, you're likely to see me on some bigger shows. I don't have any specifics on this, but I think you're likely to see me on places like Tim Pool, places like Piers Morgan, and other bigger debate shows. So those things are coming up. In addition to that, I think Jake from Project VO Pod has some more anonymous debates lined up with me where my opponent will know the topic. They'll pick the topic. I will not know who my opponent is or what the topic is. So I know that there's some more debates like that being lined up. So I don't know. Should I just move on? Our caller. Oh, and Miggy, thanks so much. Always appreciate it, man, for the $1. Thank you, man. Should I just move on? It looks like we're not going to get to 50% here right now. Should I just move on? I feel bad. I know that I'm supposed to, keep grifting, but part of me just wants to move the show on. I actually have fun talking about this shit and want to move the show on. I actually had a lot of topics lined up tonight to talk about, and I ended up taking calls, which I didn't expect. Now, don't fret. I'll probably be here till 2 or 3 in the morning, so not a big deal. It's still early. We probably got 3 hours of show left at minimum. But still, I do feel like I got to be a man of my word. And so when I say 50% until we move on, and it has been an hour and 40 minutes, so it's not like I'm demanding 50% like early into the show. There we go. The great Joseph Romano. Thanks for the $2. Appreciate it. See? No. Don't be weak. No. I would love all of those people I would love to face. Absolutely. Get the old competitive juices flowing. Love it. Amagad, $10. Thank you, my friends. It's 50% or bust. Thank you. We're close now, only 1% away. You know that this caller, we got a lefty caller coming on. It's going to want to disagree with me. You know it. I don't know what the topic will be. I'm guessing probably the Ukraine-Russia stuff, but that's fine. Besides, it'll be good prep for my debate Wednesday. We're hemorrhaging viewers, though. Probably didn't help that I was showing Sarah's channel. I don't care. Go watch Sarah. She's good. I think you should stay here. We got good shit coming up. Almost there. Almost at 50%. Probably the next donation will put us over the top. We could do it. Oh, Alexander R. $20 takes us over the top. Says W Song. Oh, no, a $20 donation. You know what that means? Every $20 donation.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight.
Thank you, Alexander. And becomes a member. Thank you so much. Blake Pearson, $5. Thank you. Really appreciate it. And then our friend Level 4 Lobster. Hope you had a good day at work today. For $2 says, Fat Guy with Beard Tariff. Thank you, man. All right. You guys are the best. I promise not to grip for the next hour. All right, Michael. What you got today, my friend?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
I do. What's happening?
Cool. So it was funny you mentioned the morality thing. I just wanted to do a quick side question on that. Like, you've got fundamental morality from divine source versus like flimsy human morality, right? It's kind of
Sure.
you know what that made me think of was like the gold standard versus the dollar based on like the institutional trust of American democracy. And I was wondering if you think that analogy might be interesting, just thinking about it. One is sort of like more ancient and like feels solid, but the other one might be like more complicated, but maybe durable. I don't know.
I could see some tangential connections. The argument would sort of be one is something that's actually of value, and the other only has value insofar as we have agreed as people that it has value.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess tangentially I could see the point. Now, it depends on how you look at it. I think the secularists would say, well, no, we're not like fiat currency. There's actually inherent value in this. It's not just it's imaginary money that we just all agree has value. But I see what you're saying. I think there are tangential connections in the analogy. Sure.
Right on. Cool. Yeah, it was just a side thought. It wasn't like
it's interesting.
So you were talking before about like these different competing American like grand visions for like global strategy, right? And so I shot you a link there, and there's just a really good paper I read at my at UCLA. I had a really cool class on world order. Actually, there was a Kissinger book at the center of this class. Great book, also called World Order. But it outlines 4 sort of like academic frameworks that different practitioners and academics look at for this. And this is like from the 90s, so it's probably changed somewhat. But like the model I think that tends to win out is this second one where it's the oh shoot, I just lost it. The selective engagement, right? And it's also called like over the horizon, where it's basically like keeping our wars on the other side of oceans, right? So there's still a self-interest there, but it's a little more like aggressive. And so in a Cold War context, I think it's more justifiable. But like in my preferred timeline of like, you know, an Al Gore, John McCain timeline, right? I imagine this like China slowly democratizing, more countries, like becoming multipolar while also becoming more liberal democratic institutions. And like the world's probably gotten cagier than the fantasy I wanted. But like, do you think the dream of like you were talking about invading, like somebody coming into Canada and Mexico, pressuring us, trying to affect our culture and our ways of life, right? But if like, if I was in the United States and we were an autocratic regime and like some outside force, like let's say Greenland, right, is like hegemoning us, but they're like building liberal democratic institutions, I might be like, oh, all right, this is cool. Because like I feel like my loyalty to America is about these great ideas of the Enlightenment. Less than
I mean, like,
it's, you know what I mean?
Okay,
like the
so you're going. There's a lot of
Oh,
different
yeah.
ways to go with this, right? Let's put it in a way that maybe a right-wing audience understands this, right? Let's say that hypothetically, China is going to invade and take over the United States. Okay, just hypothetically.
Yeah.
By the way, this isn't something I agree with, but hear me out. But China's going to get rid of all the trans bullshit and all the LGBT bullshit, right? And they're going to install basically a framework of sort of traditional gender roles. Is your loyalty to, if you're a conservative that's deeply concerned about those issues, would you say, hey, you know what? Why not? If that's all that's tantamount, they say, yeah, we're now in charge, but we're going to get rid of a lot of this bullshit. You know, yeah, sure, now the United States is a vassal of China, you know, in our empire, but for me, I still say no, but I get what you're saying. I say that no, we operate within the system of the United States and try to fight for changes that we want to see within that system. I don't want to see a authoritarian regime from out take over the United States through military or economic conquest and then instill virtues that I would be more likely to agree with. I still think that that would be a net negative and something I was against. You may say, yeah, but the reason you think it's a net negative is because you feel that you'll lose some sort of autonomy. But if losing that autonomy means that the world ends up in a better position than you want, wouldn't it still be worth it? Maybe, but the truth is we're incapable of knowing whether or not that's what would happen. And I think anytime we voluntarily relinquish our own autonomy and our own ability to have influence in our system, that it has a potential to end very poorly. So no, I wouldn't want Greenland, that's in your estimation, what you would want would be vastly different from me. But if you want like a liberal democratic order and you say Trump's an authoritarian, and so if Greenland kicks the shit out of the United States and takes out Trump and says we're in charge here now and now gay rights for everyone, yay! No, I would still be opposed to that, even if it was something that led to policies that I was more likely to agree with.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because like you were saying on the existential, like snuff out, like going back kind of to Thucydides and all that, like there is a top level interaction between nations or countries in a modern sense, right? Where like you have to have that Hobbesian jungle, right? But then within a domestic country, you can have sort of like a rule of law bubble, right? But if another outside threat is bringing a rule of law bubble to a country that doesn't have the rule of law, right? Like if it's a King Washington timeline, right, or Assassin's Creed, and now it's been like Washington the 14th president, and he's like, got the Habsburg chin, and it's all some monarchy and like an outside power, like some Fukuzawa influenced Japan thing or something is coming in with democracy. Like,
no,
like
I think that here's the problem,
you know?
right? Like you can almost never bring quote democracy to another nation, right? But like it doesn't work that way. That's why these experiments fail all the time, like Afghanistan. The truth is, cultural relativism's bullshit. There are many cultures that are better than other cultures, and Afghanistan is basically a third world country. We're not going to free the country of Afghanistan and then all of a sudden they're going to say, great, now we're going to vote for liberalism and it's all going to work out. It's not going to work that way. And in fact, what ends up happening is usually the opposite of that. They look at the United States, probably rightfully so, as invaders. The situation in Afghanistan, for example, is so complicated. You had, basically these, let's see, it's been so long since I've looked into it, 13 provinces or something to that effect. Each one was basically ran by different warlords. One of the things they would do is they'd come in and they'd brutalize local landowners and shit. And they would do the most heinous things to their families and be like, listen, you're going to start growing poppy. And if you don't grow poppy, then we're going to brutalize your family. And so the farmers did it. Then the United States comes in and you know what they did? Slashed the poppy fields. And so these farmers are like, what the fuck? Right? You made me change all of my crops to this shit. One tyrannical invader. And now another tyrannical invader is like, nope. And they slash it all down. And me and my family be damned. Right? And so you're not going to, like, you're going to be seen in a negative light. So let's, for example, say, let's say that right now we have gay marriage in the United States, right? Okay? So let's say that we, 10 years from now, we have, Kamala Harris gets put in, or, Joe Biden runs for another term. They have him on life support and they bring him out, with his EKG beeping and he's our president. We just have like some feckless weak leaders. And it ends up we get invaded by European countries, right? And they take over the United States. And they're like, our first business is we're going to enshrine gay rights. And you might be like, yay. Now, we already have some amount of gay rights that you would agree with, like gay marriage. You know what would happen? There would be a massive backlash, including from people that are sort of centrist, but support the gay rights that we have right now. They'd be like, no, fuck all that. You don't get to tell us through force that we have to believe this shit. And so there would be a pushback because it's being forced at you now at the point of a gun from a hostile foreign invader. So you're like, no. And they might say, no, we're saving you from evil Trumpism. Trust us, bro. Trust us. And people are going to be like, no, I refuse to accept that. No, you don't get to come in here. We're not going to see military people in our street from a different, country telling us the way things ought to be.
Nice clarification.
That's right. Well, I mean, everybody accepts military in their own streets to some effect.
What?
I mean, were you outraged when National Guard was deployed in 2021 in DC?
As the Cookie Monster once said, it's a sometimes food.
Right. That's what I thought. So you do accept military
National
in the streets of the United
emergencies,
States,
but no
right?
posse
It's just when your
comitatus
people do.
and,
Okay, no posse comitatus. So you were against military deployment in
Well,
2020.
no, there's circumstances where it's justified.
Right.
You just have to have
And
a
that
little
was
bit
one of them,
emergency
right?
and-
When your guy
or
does
within
it,
like
no
50
problem.
miles of the border, I think is the rule. I forget what it's called, but like.
Okay, well, it was
Yeah.
in D.C. That's not within 50 miles of the border.
Yeah, no. I think like.
Didn't
having
Eric
military
Adams
is
deploy
bad.
the National Guard to subways like a few years ago in New York City?
Wait, the National Guard in New York City? Oh, like
Yeah,
the New York
in the
National
subway
Guard?
system.
I actually don't know. I don't recall that from COVID. But if you did, that seems.
No, I don't even
inadvisable.
think it was during the pandemic. I think it had to do with like violence and people skipping fares and what have on the subway system.
Oh, that one slipped past me. But like generally, you need like some extreme emergency, I guess. But I was being snarky. But like, finish your point. I don't want to interrupt the larger.
No,
thought.
no, that's I mean yeah, that's basically the point. We all accept to some degree military or police from our own country and our own streets. We might disagree with the gist of it. In March 2024, Governor Kathy Hochul announced the deployment of 750 National Guard members, along with 250 New York State Police and MTA police officers to assist NYPD with random bag checks at major subway stations. It was part of a 5-point plan to address a spike in high-profile subway crimes, despite overall crime rates being down.
Man, that seems dumb. I don't like it.
They did it. Democrats were fine with it. Democrats were certainly fine post January 6th with the deployment of the National Guard. And so what it often seems like is if the National Guard's deployed by Democrats, particularly if it's directed towards groups that are considered more traditional conservative or MAGA, then it's good. That National Guard deployment's good. When we had, for example, the FBI pulling Roger Stone out of his home in the middle of the night in his underwear, like 17 armed FBI agents, while CNN just happened to be on scene with cameras. It's like, well, that's probably a good thing. Fuck Roger Stone. But if the same thing would happen to someone connected to a Democrat, we would scream authoritarianism. They would scream. So I'm not all that persuaded by Democrats that want to gnash their teeth about militarization of police under Donald Trump that didn't have shit all to say when we were going after parents at school board meetings, when we were dragging out people of their homes that were pro-life. People, so I don't much give a shit. Sorry, you've lost your chance when those sorts of things were happening. In addition to that, there's even things prior to that in Republican and Democrat administrations. Ruby Ridge, Waco, even if it wasn't using the official U.S. military, the ATF, the FBI, basically using tanks and shit, killing scores of people in their sort of tactics to go into these places. I was against that as well. So, So I'm not that persuaded by Trump's deploying the National Guard. That's a bad thing coming from the mouths of Democrats. I'll listen to my libertarian friends, but I ain't gonna listen to you Democrats bitch about it.
I mean, on a lot of those, I agree with you on it. I don't think I'm trying to tease out any hypocrisy on your part. I was just making a snarky side point, but there was a larger point you were making that I just didn't want to lose track of, which was basically just like if you have like, I agree that like. Obviously, if you try to take guns and go into a place to change it, it's not going to work. And changing things too fast, like this is Edmund Burke, right? Like do it too fast, it's also not going to work. You can have slow, gradual, progressive change. Like, and I say progressive not in the like progressive part of the Democratic Party sense, but in the like, look how Britain progressed from 1800 to 1900. Like you know what I mean? Like slow, modernizing change can be good. But like going with guns is bad. But like what I was talking about more was like the kind of influence Ukraine was getting, where you're like you got some low-key spy stuff, but most of it's economic influence and like cultural influence, and like, and Ukraine's kind of like I think we like the West better, and Russia's like oh hell no, and like I don't know I think Ukraine should get to decide, and then Russia's like no.
But did Ukraine decide? Yeah. Was it deciding in 2014 when they had a violent, illegal revolution to oust their legitimately elected president that used violence? Was that the people of Ukraine deciding?
I'd say the Euromaidan generally has like a pro-Western overall like mood, but there's all kinds of complex weird shit happening too. So,
sure,
like,
of course it ended up with a pro-Western mood. I don't disagree with that.
But like I did have a sense of side taking. I did kind of want them to become more.
Well, that's
like
fair. That's fine. You could want something, but if it's about, I think the people of Ukraine should choose. I agree. That's why I was so against basically Ukraine being a puppet state of the United States from Poroshenko's administration on. I think that's bad. I think the people of Ukraine should get to decide. They're not getting to decide now as elections are canceled, right?
Yeah, and I think puppet states are bad. I think we want to build independent. We want to like brainwash the world into liberal democracy, where each country can decide their own shit if your own people have their own stable democratic institutions. This goes back to Polybius and Cicero.
Brainwash is doing a lot of work here, though. What do you mean by brainwash?
I'm being cheeky when I say brainwash, but I mean like culturally influence the liberal democratic institution values, not the culture. I'm not talking about the cultural, maybe gay marriage, this or yet. I'm not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about like independent courts, legislative, executive branch, like
yeah, but
capitalism
again,
rule of law
the
good.
The problem is, right, how do we go about that influence? If the argument's just like, hey, here's us, look how good things are, you guys should try to be like us, that's one thing. That's not how it plays out. Like, you're aware of the fact that, like, we've, for a long, long time, going back to the Cold War, been involved in color revolutions around the world. We're certainly pretty much in every major country, the United States intel agencies are putting their thumb on the scale in one way or another. Right? And what ends up happening is it's not just, well, we just want democracies. We just want people. We don't even want these intel agents don't even want democracy back home. They don't want that. When they use the term democracy, they don't mean each of us get a vote. What they mean is we, the institutions that really run the show, maybe the executive agencies, maybe academia, maybe wealthy donor class, maybe social media leaders, etc., our voice matters. But to the extent that the voice of the people goes antithetical to that, they're like, no, fuck that shit. That's why there was like this clamoring for censoring disinformation online. They don't give a shit that the will of the people, they want to talk about certain things and they disagree. They say, no, that's against the narrative. And it goes back to sort of conversations I've talked a lot before. The three types of disinformation they want censored are misinformation, which are things that aren't true, that are mistaken, disinformation, which things that are a lie, that aren't true, and malinformation, which are things that are true, but are inconvenient to the narrative being pushed. Such as, did you know there were side effects to getting the COVID vaccine? They don't want that. They don't want that said online because they're like, well, we think everyone should get the vaccine. So even though it's true that there are side effects, we think that should be censored. Right? So the idea, regardless if you think they're benevolent or not, the idea is they don't really believe in democracy. They don't want that. They don't think that all of us should have a voice. And you can even see it like in things like when people go against sort of the established narrative or the established order, such as with Brexit. They drug their feet for years. We don't want to do Brexit, said the leader class. We think that sucks. They thought that they would just symbolically give people a vote, and then they would, through their propaganda tools, be able to sway the voters the way they wanted, and then that'd be the end of it. See, democracy. But that's not how it ended up. And so they said, well, this sucks. No. They did it with the Lisbon Treaty earlier. They did it with the election of Trump. They did it with Bernie Sanders, who they screwed out of the primary in 2016. The illusion of democracy is bullshit. That's not what they mean. They don't mean that we, the people, get a vote. You can see all these 80-20 issues that they've been on the wrong side of. For example, the people in this country, the United States, were thirsty for fucking something to be done about the porous border. And yet, leadership class in the Republican and Democratic Party said, nah, we don't give a shit about that. It didn't matter that the will of the people was being subverted. We see this all the time when it comes to specific issues. At one point, gay marriage was massively unpopular, so the courts intervened. Didn't matter that that was against the will of the people. Don't give a shit. Right? So the idea that it's like, well, we want a liberal democratic world order where other countries model us. Model what? Are intel agencies running amok and putting their thumbs on the scale of our own administration? Censoring Americans for having opinions they don't like? That's what we're modeling? Because what really happens is that we are involved in propping up leaders that we think, let me not use the term we, our intel agencies and etc. are interested in propping up leaders around the world that benefit their agenda. Not my agenda, not your agenda, not the agenda of the people of Poland or Germany or France or Ukraine or Afghanistan or Libya. Fuck them people, just like fuck the US people. They don't care about that. They care about their agenda. And a big part of their agenda is maintaining hegemony over power. They don't want the people to have the power. They want to maintain their own power. So, the idea that it's like, we just want it to be modeled. I can even get along with that, right? I can get along with the idea of we should be the shining beacon on the hill. It's like, look at the way we run our country. See how great it is? Y'all should try to model after that. I don't mind that. And maybe even saying, hey, we'll give you some tips. We'll give you some advice. But that's not how it plays out in practice. How it plays out in practice is color revolutions, subterfuge, all kinds of crazy shit that our tax dollars are going for in countries all across the globe. And it's not to benefit the people of the United States. It's to benefit the leadership class of the United States. Mike Benz has a whole series about this where he talks about, like, we accepted this deal previously, right? So, for example, we would go into places like in South America and we would fund color revolutions and replace the leadership class. And then, the new leader would say, we're going to open our country up to businesses in the United States. So, Dole Fruit Company or, Halliburton. Yeah. And then what would happen would be, it would end up benefiting the people of the United States because these companies would go into these countries, extract resources, and then make the people of the United States wealthier. They'd build plants back home that would create American jobs. No problem. They would create American jobs, etc. And so the American people were more likely to be like, sure, why not? We're influencing an election in Nicaragua, but hey, it ends up benefiting us, the American people. That's no longer the case.
Yeah.
These companies go in there, they benefit themselves, then they ship jobs overseas.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point about like all of these foreign policy mistakes. And there's an interesting character right at the end of World War II named George Kennan, who was really advocating right after the World War II to use the sort of the moral authority of that kind of historical reset to try and like take all the dark arts out of American foreign policy altogether. Like they saw like the Lubyanka and the Kremlin and stuff as just like these old world things. And Kennan was like, wait, guys, we control over half the world's economy and we're the only ones with nuclear weapons. Maybe we could actually be angels. And he kind of got boxed out by like the more pragmatic realists in the White House at the time, I think Truman. But there's a school of thinking there that's serious and that agrees with you. And largely I agree with most of what you said. Like all those mistakes are bad and in many ways are betrayals of our principles, right?
Well, here's the thing though. Yeah. Like there is an argument to be had on the other side, and I'm open to hearing it, which is fuck everyone else. Like the U.S. should do what's good for the people. It's not an argument I agree with, but I understand it, right? Where it's just like, you know what? Yeah, we will go in there and take the oil. And what the fuck are you going to do about it? Right? But the problem is that argument only makes sense for the sake of the individual if it's directly benefiting them. If your argument's going to be might makes right, well, you're only advocating for that if the might's helping you, right? Yeah, like you wouldn't advocate that. And right now, the might, when my gut, by the way, I disagree with this, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, but I can understand the people that say that. The problem is, the might's not benefiting me. It's not benefiting you, right? If we go in and we kick the shit out of Iraq again and we take all their oil, you think me and you're going to see any benefit from that? No, it'll be Halliburton. It'll be a bunch of wealthy companies, right, that go over there, take the resources, then ship the materials off and the jobs off overseas. And in fact, it would probably directly compete with like oil and gas in the United States. So, I don't buy that line of argument, but those people exist. Like, those people exist. It's like, fuck it. Take them over, take all their resources. It'll benefit us. I think that's a bad way to go about things. And it wouldn't benefit the average American anyway. So,
well, yeah, you can go back to Aristotle and his arguments of just like the strongest way to make a country powerful and stable is a strong middle class. Even Aristotle argues for that.
I totally agree with that.
Looking after your techne and your telos. But like, yeah, I think we agree, like powerful middle class, not too many like power condensed in elites. So we all benefit and are less like warmongery. Rob, I think we just agree on this.
Good. I'm convinced. See, I'll bring you over to sort of the populace, right? Don't worry. But hey, I am going to let you go. Not because, but I got a lot of stories to cover tonight, and it wasn't supposed to be a call. Everyone should call in on the actual call-in show.
I got a job, Rob.
I know it is weird. It is weird, and actually, I got a lot of call-ins today, so it's been working out. But no, I appreciate it, Michael. Thanks for calling in, and hopefully we talk soon.
Absolutely, have fun.
Yep, bye. All right. All right. Promise I wouldn't griff for an hour, so we still got away. Ishmael, thanks so much though for the $1. Really appreciate it, man. And Blasterbot, $10 says it's always different when they do it. Hashtag it's different. I agree. All right. Now, what do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk some drama shit? Because we can. I got a little bit of drama stuff to talk about if you like. The drama. Little streamer drama. Where is it? I got it here somewhere. The drama stuff. Imaginary gets it. Frenemy Destiny, who's blacklisted me. Here we go. Destiny's Son has came out as a groiper, or basically groiper tangentially. This has been sort of scuttlebutt of this has been a while now. So he's, for those that don't know, oh, Intel Wild, $20. Thank you. Says, let's talk about drama. But as you know, a $20 donation, unless you say otherwise, does.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's Sword.
All right. So give me a second. We'll talk about this. Thanks so much. Remember, if you're tired of hearing that song, me too, a $200 donation will prevent that song from being played the rest of the night. I guess unless someone else donates $200, then that's a problem I'll deal with as I'm $400 richer. But thanks so much, Intel Wild, for the donation. So, yeah, it's been going on for a while that Destiny's Son, sort of a Nick Fuentes fan. Now, one of the things I said, I hesitate to comment on this stuff for various reasons, not the least of which was this may all be a setup. It could be that Destiny and his son, or his son's just trolling people. I don't know. That's possible. But a lot of people were asking what my takes on this were. I don't know that I have any super spicy take. But all right. Let's get into it. So here's the clip of him sort of describing why he became a groiper.
You've been saying that you're a groiper now. What is it like? What is the main thing that made you decide to become a groiper? Like, was there a certain thing that made you decide to join the movement?
I don't know. I just feel like those are the final people on the internet that I can kind of relate to. I'm not allowed to join Hassan's Discord anymore. I've been there for trolling. I'm exiled from DCG Discord. No one in the DCG chats talk to me anymore. DCG hates me on Twitter. They banned me in the Reddit. Yeah, so the groypers are kind of the final people I can come to, and I agree with most of them, and I find myself finding commonality with most of them being around my age. All
right. So let's talk about this for a second. It sounds like, and this happens a lot with groups that people may consider extremists. I'm not making a claim about the groupers here specifically, but oftentimes if you have a group that's at least willing to embrace someone and say, hey, you can come over here, you can say what you want over here, and a bunch of other groups cast shade or shut you out, where do you think that particularly young people are going to go? This is particularly true, I think, of young men who oftentimes have been told that sort of their feelings don't matter. They have to walk on eggshells. They're the great evil, particularly if you're a white man, a young white man. And so what happens is, you end up going to the people that aren't going to make you feel like shit and say, hey, you can come talk here. And it seems to me that that's a large part of what's going on there with Destiny's Son, where he's like, Destiny's chat kicked me out, probably because he has some beliefs that they didn't agree with. Hassan's chats kicked me out. Groypers welcome it. Okay? So I don't know how much of it's ideological at the onset. Maybe he had some beliefs that were shared by groypers, but because they're willing to at least hear him out, and maybe you could say, yes, but they're nefarious. They're just doing it because it's ammunition to go against Destiny. Maybe, but you can see the effect of what would happen there. So I think that that's part of what's going on. And then I won't bury the lead. I'll put up the next sort of thing. This was Nathaniel, Destiny's son. a post that he put up this morning that someone directed me to. He says, the problem's not the internet. The problem is my father. The problem is my mother. The problem is that I grew up with about one concurrent present father in my life while being berated and yelled at by my mom constantly and always being the target of nonstop shaming. It's not my effing job to raise myself, but my dad made it my job to learn how to become a man without a father. My mom made it my job to become mentally stronger, that she, in spite of her constant belittling. I'm just so effing sick of the living the way I am. I hate everyone. I don't have any actual friends, only 2. I don't have any plan for life, and I don't care. I just don't care about anything anymore. Sounds like I'm saying it's everyone's fault but mine, because it is everyone's fault but mine. I do not respect my mother. I do not love my mother. I only live with my mother. There are good times, but every good time I have with her is overshadowed by an even worse time. My father isn't even my father, it feels like. No one took any actual time to raise me. F everyone. I think it fucking sucks. I'm not here to bag on Destiny over this. I'm really not. I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I don't know what their dynamics are. I don't. It's easy to say, oh, well, it must be that Destiny was an absentee father. I know a little enough about Destiny to know I don't believe he has custody of his son. But that's the extent. I don't know. Maybe Destiny's been a really good father. I don't know. And I'm not here to sort of make judgments on whether or not that occurred. Sometimes fathers can be involved, and there's still animosity. Sometimes it's because, especially if there's a split family, because the mom poisons the well. Other times it's because the father is sort of absentee and only just there at a surface level. I don't know. My take's not super based or anything on this. It's pretty milquetoast. But I fucking feel terrible. I feel terrible primarily for Nathaniel there, Destiny's son. I feel terrible for Destiny. I feel terrible for Nathaniel's mother, who I don't know as a public figure. You won't hear me shitting on Destiny because of the acrimonious relationship he has with his son. That's personal shit. It's become public because Nathaniel talked about it, and because I know Destiny's commented, and because I know other figures have talked about it. But I have nothing to say at a personal level. For all I know, Destiny's been a very good father, and something's getting lost in the sauce that we're not seeing. I don't know. I think that it does speak to a general conversation that's worth having. The first point is, if you want young men particularly, but young people or people in general, to be more likely to listen to you, then you shouldn't intentionally shut them out, because they may find a community that you're antithetical to that welcomes them in. The second thing to say is, I think that this is probably a good reason that people should try to stick together and prioritize their children. I understand that there are unique circumstances where people may need to split up, but I think oftentimes people are too flippant when it comes to divorces, annulments, etc., and they don't understand the negative effect that that could have on children. Even couples that are trying to do the right thing when they split up, it still has a negative effect on children. And so I think that a story like this, for me, it has nothing to do with the individual characters, but one of the things it reminds me of is that I need to be doing my best to make sure that my marriage stays together and that I prioritize the well-being of my son, and that I try to be a father that is someone that he could look up to and someone that he respects. And that's not saying that there aren't men out there, fathers out there, that aren't doing things the right way, and for whatever reason it doesn't work out. So I'm not making a direct attack to Destiny or anything like that. I'm not. I'm just saying, that's how I feel. The last thing I think to say is, I really hope, if this is actually how Destiny's son feels, I hope he gets help. I really do, because he sounds like a man that's really in a bad place. A young man that's in a bad place. I don't give a shit about his politics. I don't give a shit about his dad's politics. I don't care about his mom's beliefs. It sounds like a young guy that's struggling. That's what it sounds like. And I'm not here to throw stones at Destiny or some shit like that. Like, ha, look, your son's joined a movement that's pretty much antithetical to what you believe. I feel bad. I really do. Teach their own. I understand that there's a lot of people that feel that Destiny's attacked them in very personal ways. And so they might want to point to this and say, who are you to criticize the type of relationship I have or to criticize the beliefs I have when this is what's going on back home? I just don't have the interest in doing that. The only reason that I bring this story up was because so many people were talking about it and DMing me asking about it. And so I thought that it was worth referencing. But I'm not here to shit on Destiny about it. I hope that for his sake and for his son's sake and for his son's mother's sake, that they could talk in-house and see if they could work some things out to have a more positive family relationship. I hope that occurs. So you're not going to hear me talking about this in the context of shitting on Destiny. It's not going to happen. I have plenty of stuff to shit on Destiny about. Fuck his political takes. Fuck his, like, dog whistling. Oh, F around, find out if you're a Trump supporter, blah, blah, blah. That's all fair game. I'll talk shit on that all day. But I'm not gonna sit here and try to speak to his parenting skills or anything like that, or say, see, I told you so. But there are people that will do that, and that's fine. I'm not saying they're immoral for doing that. It's just Alexander R says, screw that, throw stones. Destiny L person, Destiny L father. Thanks for the $10. Fair enough. Leave people that want to engage in that sort of stuff engage in it. Despite the fact what RTP that I debated the other day was like, he brought up my kids. Yeah, in the most tangential way. He was implying that he assumed I wasn't married because no woman would want to spend time with me. Then when I brought it up to him, he's like, I do well. I sleep around, is what his implication was. That's why I asked if he had kids, because the whole, yeah, I'm a Chad, I sleep around, ha ha ha. I mean, that's bad enough, but if you have kids, time to grow up, man. You should have a stable relationship, someone who's good with your kids. That's not me shitting on his kids. So, I don't know. I hope that Destiny understands that, regardless of how important his career is or how important he feels his political message is, oftentimes the most good you could do is with your loved ones, particularly with your children. And I wish him luck in repairing whatever damaged relationship that he may have with members of his family. So that's it. So I don't really have anything else to say about it. I knew a lot of people had been asking me about that. I even had people in real life ask me about that this weekend because, like it or not, Destiny's sort of a household name with a lot of people that are online. So people ask me, like, when people ask me about a specific debate, it's almost always Destiny. And it does go to speak to sort of his cultural relevance. Nick Fuentes is another person, like him or hate him. Hey, man, Nick's so much more powerful, like, moving the needle than someone like me. So's Destiny. Nick arguably more than Destiny at this point. So, you have to be honest about these things. So it does become, it's sort of like if Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump or Joe Biden's kid comes out and it's like, I hate my father. It would be news. People would talk about it because it's a public figure. But I don't know. And God help me that I'm never in that position where my relationship with my son is in a really struggling point like that. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. To me, by a long shot, the most important thing to me is my relationship with my wife and my son. That's it. On this planet, those are the things most important to me. So, now you don't act like that every day. I could say that, but I don't act like that every day. If that was the case, then I would constantly be working. But I'm human. Constantly be working for them. But I'm not. I'm human. Like, I have other priorities as well. But at the end of the night, that's what I'm thinking about. And so I wouldn't wish that on anyone. And I know it's a sad fact of life that it's commonplace in our society. People do get divorced. People do have irreparable damage with their children or members of their family. I myself, there are people in my family and extended family that I have bad blood with. And it sucks. It really does. I wish it wasn't the case. And sometimes it's not your fault. Sometimes it's partially your fault and partially someone else. And sometimes it's mainly your fault. But, you know, if I was to talk to Nathaniel tomorrow, I would say, I'm not telling you what political beliefs to have, but there's hope out there. Go to church. Meet like-minded people. Try your best to forgive and to repair a relationship, at least so that you could have it be functioning. But it's not my place to give advice. So, and it's easy for me to say that as someone who loves my father and doesn't have a lot to complain about, and that hopefully my son loves me, and so I don't know. Or if Hunter comes out and teaches us all how to make crack, right? So that's it. I didn't have a spicy take on it. Now look, it's different for everyone. If you're the type of person that's arguing about, I know Destiny had a lot of debates with people about like being in an open marriage and why that's a good way. I wouldn't, of course you expect those people you had those debates with to say, see? Oh yeah, I do. I have my gorilla right here that my son gave me to come up here. So, by the way, he starts school on Wednesday, so I'm very excited. His first day of preschool. I'm sort of nervous, but I think he's gonna like it. He's very excited, and I think he's gonna have a good opportunity to make some friends. So, look, I'm not here to defend some of the horrible shit that Destiny said. Damien says, I bet this will make Steven send a heartfelt apology to Corey Compatore's 2 daughters who had their dad's brains blow out all over them, a situation Destiny thought was just lovely. This is fucked up. I don't disagree. But all I could do is give my honest take. I'll be in the mud protecting the castle walls. Have at her. I'll be in the mud too, just different types of mud. So, again, I'm not judging anyone who says, hey, he's made things personal. He said really personal, heinous shit. I'm going to sort of get my jabs in while I can. Teach their own. It's not my place. But all I'm saying is, for me, it's not really what my focus is going to be on. So hopefully I don't have to talk about that anymore, because there's been an awful lot of people the past month that were asking me about that, and I just was like, no comment, no comment, no comment. But there it is. By the way, I have no reason to fucking like Destiny. Not just the shit he said, but also, no, Rad Dude, I've never looked in to see if I had unclaimed property. But also, he's blacklisted me, but none of that matters to any of this shit. It really doesn't. Dean Jacobs, $8 says, hi, Rob. Hi, all. Look how far technology's come. I can super chat in the toilet. Amazing. Truly, truly, technology is advancing in areas so great. Now, here's a cultural story that maybe we can sink our teeth into, and then we'll grift a little more lighthearted, and I mean that. Minnesota Vikings have a new cheerleader. Brace yourself. that's enough of that. What's wrong with that, though? Go ahead, articulate it. What's wrong? Go ahead, you tell me. What exactly is wrong with that? You know, my answer to that is there's a reason that so many of us are revolted by it. And it doesn't even matter if we could put it into words. That gut reaction that you get shows something inert in us all. And it's not an incorrect reaction. It's no different than someone that goes, oh, what's wrong? What's wrong with, like, incestual relationship if it's consenting adults? What's wrong with interspecies relationships if the animal's consenting? Fuck you. That's what. Now I can tell you why it's wrong, but you shouldn't have to. You should just look at these people and go, and fuck you. That's why. That's why it's wrong. I don't have to humor you. Watching men engage in traditional feminine behavior is abnormal. Watching men engage in traditional sexualized, or at least behavior that's associated with sort of being sexy, is somewhat revolting to people. There are male cheerleaders. Yes, we traditionally had those that were throwing women up in the air and stuff. Fair enough, no problem. But that's not what's going on here. It's that a man is acting like a woman in a sort of sexual adjacent dance. Should it be illegal? No, I'm not saying that. We have the right to be like, yeah, fuck that. We don't like it. Damien Gershwin for $2. Thank you. Says, will it be okay to mate with the aliens if they're hot? No. Or Hot Tuna says, yes, straight to jail. There are always exceptions, but traditional gender roles are good. Being gay is abnormal. And it should be treated as such. I have gay friends. I like them dearly. But it's abnormal. And I'm tired of pretending it's not. I'm going to tell you right now, if my son is 17, 18 years old and comes to me and says he's gay, I'm going to be horribly disappointed. Biblical reasoning aside, forget about that. Forget about the fact that it's a sin, which it is. I'd be horribly disappointed. I'd still love my son. I wouldn't disassociate with him. Maybe that pisses some of you off, but that's the truth. Now, that doesn't mean that I want to see being gay banned or outlawed. I'm not saying that. Just being honest with you what my feelings would be. I know that's going to piss off a lot of my friends that I have in real life. That's the truth, though. That's how I feel. It's abnormal and should be treated as such. Doesn't mean that we're stoning people. Doesn't mean that we're locking people up. Blasterpot, $10 says, as a Minnesotan, this is probably the only way the Vikings could get the Twin City dwellers to care about football. Maybe Tim Walz is pleased. Tampons for all the men. What if my son was gay for Trump like MAGA Republicans? No. It is funny though. Like I saw this today. There was a post of someone like I think Trump like waist level with Putin. And was like, what's going on here? Isn't it funny how the same lefties like that preach about LGBT rights, they can't wait to accuse you of being gay as an insult. They can't wait. Isn't that funny? Which I don't mind. It should be an insult. That's great. But the same people that will tell you, we have to have the sexualized parades in front of children. Yay, gay pride. Yay. They can't wait to call you gay as an insult. They can't wait. Good. Let's get back to that. Let's get back. Let's have a détente and agree. Yes, it's insulting to people to call them gay. Great. The left agrees. They just pretend not to. But when soon as the mask slips, it's like, yeah, you're gay. Look at that. Ha ha ha. You're gay for Trump. Ha ha. Fine by me. So pay attention for that. You'll see it. You see Newsom's crowd doing that all the time. Now, having said that, there are other things I think are shameful that I disagree with that we accept in society that should also be shamed. A lot of this sort of red pill, just sleep with as many people as possible, that should be shamed. Should be shamed. I don't have to like the sin. I can still like the person. And I know that differentiates me with a lot of people in my audience, but that's the truth. It just is. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about your gay relationship. But to be quite honest, I don't want to hear about your straight relationship and intercourse that you're having. I really don't. I honestly mean that. And I'm not a prude. It's nothing to do with that. I just don't give a fuck. And I don't want to hear about it. But culturally, we now say that it's something to be prideful in. And I'm saying no. It should be something that we all sort of roll our eyes and go, whatever, okay, or more than that. Again, and I don't want you to get the wrong message. I personally have friends that are gay. I hang out with them. They ain't talking to me about all this pride shit. They're not. I'll be honest, it's a bit weird. I don't really understand it. I do think that it's a sin, but there's a lot of things I do that are sins. But it should be abnormal. So, I don't know. I'm not as hardcore right as some people would want me to be, but that's it. That's my honest take on it. Drew Phillips says, Rob, you're not wrong. I'm an ex-gay man, and only is abnormal and a sin, but I can tell you firsthand there are things in the gay community that are very prevalent and destructive they will never admit. Oh, I know. Just curious, what about female and female? Same thought. Super chats. Alexander R, $10 says there should be at least a large portion that thinks it should be illegal. The extremes define the middle. You can't shift the window without a moderate stance, or with a moderate stance. Maybe, but I think you'll even find that a lot of Christian, like, as far as I know, like Andrew Wilson doesn't think that homosexuality should be illegal. He's against gay marriage, but that's different than saying people should go to jail for being gay. Zachary, thanks so much. $5 says wholeheartedly agree with you. Thank you, Zachary. Appreciate it. All right. That's enough talking about that stuff. Now, we'll grift. trying to get to 100% of our goal before we move on. Now, it is like, normally we do actual, but it's been 2 hours, 40 minutes. I try to promise roughly 2 hours of actual serious content. But we can go a little longer tonight with that. And then we'll stay up till like 2, 3 in the morning. No problem. Let's do this. How about a new song? I'll create it very quickly. Oh, let's see. Type of song. All right, here we go. We haven't done any song creation for a while. Now, I did have a request for a song, so as you all know, I know at least one person said they were upset with all the pickle reference. Look, I don't mean pickle reference in any sort of gay way. I literally ate a pickle that had habanero in it. And if the chat gets us to roughly $720 tonight, or 200% of our goal, I will eat what I think is the last pickle I have, this Amish pickle that was made with habaneros. It definitely defeated me and my friends this weekend. It was because I've had like the hot dill pickles that you get at like the supermarket until oh goodness gracious. $50 says, let's make a song, Rob. One of Destiny and his son. Too soon. Thank you for the $50. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to have fun at the expense of Destiny's son. You come up with any other topic for a song and we'll do it. But we're not going to do that one. All right. Anyways. So here we go. Here is the song that we created about. Jeez, man, I don't understand half the words in this. About if you donate $720, I'll eat the last of these hot pickles on stream tonight. I'll even open the jar by myself without any help. All right, here we go.
robnoerr sat down with his streaming dream, hot pickle in hand, it was spicy.
I know Intel well, I know.
said one bite won't take me down, but that habanero wore the crown. Hot pickle burning my soul.
What a shit
Got
song.
me sweating like I'm losing control. But for 720, I'll take that pain. Chat donates big, I'll do it again.
So cheesy.
He wiped his brow, said it's just a snack, but the pickle punched and it punched back. Eyes were red, tears rolled like a stream. Robnoerr was living the habanero dream. Hot pickle burning my soul. Got me sweating like I'm losing control. But for 720, I'll take that pain. Chat donates big, I'll do it again. Oh, chat, don't leave me hanging dry. You want the heat, you gotta buy. My tongue's on fire, my pride's at stake. Help me out, for goodness sake. Hot pickle burning my soul. Got me sweating like I'm losing control. But for 720, I'll take that pain. Chat donates big, I'll do it again. Good night, Nana.
Jeez, what a silly song. And then our legend, unbelievable blaster butt. Normally, our resident dinosaur extraordinaire donates $100, says, for Rob's hot pickle making everyone lose control. Quite the pun there, and unbelievable. Yeah, $50 will add a hot pickle emoji. Seems fair. But we've reached our goal at 357, so I'd be remiss if I didn't go with a goal. Unbelievable. You guys are too nice. Unbelievable. Damn. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll play one more song real quick, and I'll go downstairs, and I will get the pickle in case we get to 200% of the goal. I'll show you what it looks like. So we'll play one more song. I do have this one. I forget who donated this. I think it was our friend Zachary. It's Trump the Isekai Hero, an anime Trump song. So let's hear that. I'll be right back. It's K-pop, so enjoy yourself. I'll be right back.
In a golden tower, the port appeared. Whisk away to a land both strange and feared. A world of chaos, demons reign high, but he stood tall with tariffs as his cry. Someone like Goku, power level untold. A businessman turned warrior, his story unfolds. Trump the Isekai hero, wielding terrors like a blade, slashing through the shadows. know how he makes a stand with a tariff scroll in his outstretched hand. Villains tremble, they can't withstand his 40 chest is the master plan. Like all might, his presence fills the sky, a symbol of hope as evil says goodbye. Isekai hero, wielding terror's bladed, slashing through the shadows. Where villains parade, Kaido, wielding tariffs like a blade, slashing through the shadows. Where villains parade, Kamehameha cometh, his justice unfurls, banishing evil, saving enemy world.
That's enough. All right. Make sure I didn't miss any donos. Intel Wild $5 says, how about a song that says Grid 1 couldn't open a pickle jar? Oh, we'll get to that. That can be done. Here's the pickle. Now, notice the redness. There's a lot of stuff floating around in there. Look at that thing. Looks like Jaws in like the ocean deep. I read this earlier, but here's the ingredients. So you can see the brand is Amish Wedding. Our ingredients are cucumbers, water, vinegar, salt, garlic, habanero, chili pepper, dill sprig, and turmeric. But it does, man. Like sometimes you'll see, look, it'll just like the pickle will just breach the top of the brine. It looks like Jaws' fin coming out of the water. But it tastes good, but man, it kicked my ass. So for 200% of the goal, I'll eat the damn pickle, but I'll be happy to not eat it. Preferably tonight, I'll either get to 199% of the goal or I'll get to like 2,000% of the goal. Either way, I'll win. But that's what we're hoping. Incidentally, I'd be remiss if I didn't remind you, you can donate through PayPal at robnoerr or buymeacoffee.com/robnoerr or through Cash App at $robnoerr. Your donations will go to me getting more fancy pickled products. Actually, I am committed to putting a bunch of money back into the show. Whether that be building out a team around me. I think you could already see Black Elk has been crushing it on the daily clips. He's just absolutely hilarious in the way that he clips stuff. I think he's come so far as an editor, and I couldn't be more proud than to work with him. Let's look at some of the thumbnails that he's put up here recently and some of the edit jobs that he's done. Let's see. This is very good. So we got RTP, here's your sign. I got caught. Spiro looking like a boss there in his little hoodie. He's there to scare us. But these colors gone insane. This picture is definitely, I don't know why he has to be touching my nipples there looking like a fat guy, but still funny. So we are trying to grow the channel. In addition, like I said, I got a lot of in real life events coming up. So I am trying to put a lot of money back into the channel, especially because, you know, the first couple months, you're not so sure how well you're going to do. And so far, we've been doing very well, thanks to you all's generosity. It's been insane. So now I think it's time to start putting money back into the show, whether that be through increased equipment. I think one of the things I'm likely to do is to purchase a new computer, but we're going to work on things like that. In addition to, you know, I got another idea. I think I got merch coming up here soon. I'm supposed to have a meeting coming up this week with a guy about merch. I got some fun ideas that I think you'll like about that. And I think that we're going to start setting up a fund that I'm going to put a certain percentage of everything I earn every month into a fund until I raise like $5,000 or more dollars. And then we're going to have a banger ass get together around my neck of the woods. I've talked to my wife about this. She's cool with it. Now it'll be a double thing. It'll be a big party for my friends and family in real life, but also for my friends here online. And we're going to have a Neuron meetup. And hopefully, other than sort of your hotel or whatever, everything will be paid for. Bartender, food, venue, all of that shit. We're going to do it right. We're not going to do it cheap. We want to be cheap by the standards of we're doing it in rural Pennsylvania as opposed to a city. So, but that's the plan. Anyways, we'll get to the grifting later here. It's 1 a.m. Let's get to a couple more stories, shall we? What did I want to talk about? I had another story pulled out. You know what? We'll wait, actually. John Stravis, thanks so much for being a member. 10 months, man. Wow. I made a song. It's in Discord community videos. All right, let's give it a chance. Now remember, $20. Oh, I got someone important. Oh, nice. I see your message there, are we not, man? Let's check out John's song that he's made for us. Okay, down. Music. Save. We'll save the stories because it has been 3 hours. I got plenty of stories to cover tomorrow too. It's going to be great. $100 will get us a hot pickle emoji. All right, let's see. How do I want to do this? We're taking a chance. It's going to be TOS friendly. I trust John. All right, here we go. Uploading now. Here's the song John made for us. So far, I'm digging it.
He's right-wing middle class, thinks that politicians lie, and he's got a wife named Courtney and a son named Hank. He's the little guy, he drives a left, he's nutty, still has a small town love, loves his country, but God, family above, and they call him robnoerr. And they call him robnoerr. Well, he's a good friend of ours. You can see him every night. Sitting in his studio, he goes live around 10 or 9. He's the best debater online. Well, you might want to think twice if you think you're right. You don't want to be on the wrong side of a guy like robnoerr. And they call him robnoerr. And they call him robnoerr. He drives a left, he's nutty, still has a small town love, loves his country, but God, family above, and they call him robnoerr. And they call him robnoerr.
All right. Nice. Thank you, man. I thought it was very good. I'm going to grab a drink real quick, then I'm coming back. Especially if we get to pickles, I'll need a drink. So. All right. So what else is going on in the world worth talking about? We'll save the rest of the political context. Rob, no one? I don't know. I don't know if it was Suno or not. Now I remind you, $20 will get you the "Where There's a Whip, There's a Way" song. Over on Sarah's channel, they're currently raging on about Christian nationalism. I'm not really interested to jump in on the Christian nationalism question. As someone who's not a Christian nationalist myself, I don't really feel at liberty to jump in. I know that we got a lot of stuff coming up here on the Crucible that I'm going to be tangentially involved with. I think you're going to start to see me more directly involved with some of the programming over there on the Crucible in the near future. And I think that there's some behind the scenes stuff that I'm going to be doing a lot on as well. So I'm excited. 79% left to hit our goal of 200%. The hot pickle goal. When I was in high school, I played defensive line, defensive tackle, and offensive tackle. Those were the two positions I played. But primarily, I played defense. I was okay. I was slightly above average for my team, which was a below average team. So probably in my little district of football is probably average. So, but I enjoyed playing football. Also, as someone with asthma, football was one sport I could do. I could never play like soccer or basketball. I loved wrestling. I was pretty good at wrestling until about 9th grade. And then the asthma was too much for me. Would be coughing blood all the time and shit like that. So did not work out well for me, unfortunately. It was definitely unhealthy. Yeah. So yeah, we'll do $50. We'll get you a song created. Give me the theme of the song and the topic. So the style of music that you want and sort of the topic. We'll create you a song. Bowling and golf. Those would be good sports. Now with my herniated back, I didn't even play golf this week. I should have. I thought about it, but I knew it would hurt like hell. But I'm starting to take my back more seriously and my health more seriously in general. And I'm going to start doing some like yoga routine and shit like that to try to help with the back, in addition to just eating better. And I've talked to some people sort of about other things I could be doing with physical health that I think are important. People that are, doing well with their physical health. Zachary Gelpy, $5 as PA serious about their wrestling. Yeah. So Clarion University, where I graduated from for my undergrad, that's where Kurt Angle wrestled at. And then when I was in high school, I went to Red Bank Valley High School. Kurt Angle's cousin was my student teacher. But yes, wrestling is very serious here in Pennsylvania. So it's something that, 10,000 steps a day, it's not a bad idea. Yeah. What's up, Abe? I saw you in here earlier. What a crew. We got quite the crew in here. Achilles, Are We Not Men, EOD is the mods. Abe's there. Zachary's there. Local wrestler in PA is currently world champ. Wow, that's awesome, man. Yeah, wrestling, I loved it. I think that it's a great sport for people to get into. And when I was wrestling, by the time I hit 9th grade, like MMA wasn't a big thing. It's amazing to see how much success wrestling's had in the mixed martial arts world. I think that it may have surprised a lot of people that you think of all sorts of disciplines that would have effect in like fighting. Maybe wrestling isn't something you'd put near the top of the list, but it'd certainly be used to great utility in MMA. And you had the softball Little League champs. Ah, yeah. I saw that. Yeah. So, in an attempt to drum up some donations, we'll go with the old tried and true. We'll pretend someone donated $20. We'll give you the freebie. The best grift I ever did, when all of a sudden I had people donating to hear a song that encourages people to donate. So a reminder, $20, that's all right. Hey, it's okay if no one donates. That's perfectly fine. I really enjoy doing this. It's unbelievable that I get paid to sit up here and just talk to people in ways that I would like. So I totally get it if people can't donate. You bastards not donating. Anyways, I'll drum up some support for donating. There's a way.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's fallen.
All right, let's stop grifting for a minute. Here is a story I could talk about. I think you guys will like. This Jubilee, where I don't know who this lady is, some race hustler, just gets absolutely eviscerated in this segment and a couple other segments as well. Worth talking about, shall we? Oh, you know what? I actually can't play this. Never mind. I can't play it because Jubilee really wants to take down anybody that plays one of their videos. So I guess I won't play that. I thought about it, but it's an absolute banger of a clip. You should look it up on X. And basically, this young man's just like, look, black man's like, I'm more likely to get killed by a black man than I'm a white man. Where are you getting this stuff? And her answers are just like, well, your statistics are racist. You've just been brainwashed. It's just racisms. It's absurd that this is a level. These are the experts on this shit. Yeah, see, Are We Not Men knows. I remembered as I saw that clip, was like, oh yeah, I can't play that. Super chat comes in. Says, Damien, $2. Rob, favorite book, movie, show. More ASMR, please, by the way. Favorite book, Tale of Two Cities, my favorite fictional book. The particularly the last two chapters I think are absolutely amazing. Favorite movie, it depends. So two of my favorite movies are prominently displayed behind me: The Big Lebowski and Caddyshack. The original Conan the Barbarian, one of my favorite movies. But that varies from time to time, but those are up there. Favorite show. That's tough. It depends on what I'm looking for. So in general, I really like Seinfeld. I think as far as the sitcom goes, it's probably top notch. It will never be beaten. I like shows like Married with Children when it comes to comedies. As far as shows that weren't comedies, I think The Wire is very good, but everyone says The Wire. I enjoy watching Judge Judy. I enjoy watching the original Forensic Files. So that sort of stuff. Mostly, though, I just watch kids stuff now. The Riddle of Steel, of course. Just Hate the Eagles. Yeah. Love the original Conan the Barbarian. In my opinion, quite possibly the best soundtrack to a movie. Absolute, just everything about that movie, just the feel of it. It's just amazing. Like, Forensic Files, man. I had a friend who um, went to prom with a girl whose family was featured on an episode of Forensic File. Now, here's the deal. You don't want to be featured on an episode of Forensic Files. So, just saying, it didn't end great. But, yeah. See, the second Conan the Destroyer, it's weak. It went to PG-13. On its own, it's not a terrible movie. Interesting cast, like Wilt the Stilt Chamberlain in it, right? But to go from rated R masterpiece Conan the Barbarian and then to butcher it by making it rated PG-13, just not good. So I'm pretty mad. First 48, I enjoy, yeah. George's Timeless Art of Seduction poster and the Kramer. Love it. Here, I'll show you where I went camping this weekend. Let me send this picture to myself and then I'll bring it up on. It's going to be a big process. I knew I was camping in the right place. Give me a second. Yeah, Red Sonja it's not technically Conan, but he's basically playing Conan. All right, listen, keep getting the super chats in. I'm going to look for this picture. Here we go. All right. Will this work? Probably not. Let's try. Here's the camp I was at. Let's see if it works. So it says, one more trespasser and my wind chime's complete. And then creepily in the back, there's the Kramer. That's how you know you're at a good camp. That about summed it up. So Kramer ominously looking. It's good stuff. I was very pleased. We went to pick up our key at that place. I was like, yes, nice. There's some quality people. Oh, yeah, whatever. Final, blah, 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 blah. So, what are we going to do? We're past 1 a.m. We're at 1:15 a.m. Not going to jump into another news story. We'll save those for tomorrow. What do you all want to do? We do a little griftathon game. We could do make AI music game. We could do me just sit here and yell at people until I get to 200% and eat this hot pickle. What do you? Let's leave it to the audience. What would you all like to see done? Started watching ER. Couldn't help it. It was something to draw back into. Nostalgia, I think. Not sure how far I'll get. I never watched ER. I'll be honest. I could watch like a horror movie or I could watch like an action movie that's got a lot of like blood and guts. But something about like medical surgeries and stuff like that creeps me out. So I never really liked any of those medical dramas. I will admit though, me and my wife watched. It was called The Pit, about like one day in an ER in Pittsburgh. It wasn't the worst. There's a lot of woke bullshit in it, but as far as just an entertaining watch, a Lost in Hall update. Well, he's still up there. Here, all right. Here's Lost in Hall. Let's see. Shaky cam. All right. I know it doesn't. Sam? Kind of see him up there. There he is. You can see his web. Still alive. He was working on that web earlier today. So he was. Thank you, Shaky Cam. Yeah, there he is. What's the last good movie I saw? Well, it's difficult. The last movie I saw in theaters was Elio, and then before that was Dogman. Dogman was better than Elio. I actually thought Dogman for a kids movie was okay. As far as like movie, like adult movie I saw that wasn't like a kids movie, shit. I watched The Accountant Part 1 and Part 2. I thought they were okay. I liked the first one a little better than the second one. So I would give him a recommendation for like a cheesy action movie. But yeah, I probably watched that a month ago. It's not spectacular or anything like that, but yeah, I do have a shrine to Trump and a shh, don't tell people. Shh. I think I'm going to get out without having to eat this hot pepper, which is nice. What's going on here? Oh, I see the problem. It's amazing though how Jubilee like is quick to like flag anyone that uses their stuff. I think it probably ends up hurting them. Now, granted, I know there are people that use material and don't really add to it, but like for me, there's a lot of times I could talk 20, 30 minutes about a 3 to 4 minute Jubilee clip, but I'm not going to do it because they're so quick to just push to remove any channel or video that talks about it. But Dark Saints I thought was interesting. I enjoyed it. I think it's a little overrated, but it was okay. Let's see. Short. All these videos that Black Elks would put out are long as shit. He's doing great though. Oh yeah, he started to put out shorts too. Here, Black Elk put out this short. Here we go. Sometimes I don't even. My editor's so damn good. He's putting stuff out. I don't even realize it. Here we go. Let's go down. Short. Why don't you put a steamy wiener on this bun for me? Nope. Sometimes when you get married, you make sacrifices. When you have kids, you make sacrifices. So for me, I used to drink a lot, and I met my wife, and I'd still drink occasionally and still go out and have fun. Then once I had my son, priorities change, and sometimes you have to give a part of yourself up. And I had to give up something that is dear to me. I particularly like the snack peanuts. I enjoy peanuts. A little joke that I had in my life was I like to call peanuts penis. That was my little joke because I knew it bugged the shit out of my wife. So I would say something like this. I'd say, hey, wife, can I interest you in a handful of penis? And she'd be like, would you shut the fuck up? Stop saying that. That's the worst. And that was my little joke. And now that I have a son, I can't say that anymore because I don't want my son like going around people and going, can you give me a handful of penis? Like, that's not good. So I had to give that up. And now I am a mature adult and I say hot dog instead of wiener because that was always the fun thing. Like, why don't you put a steamy wiener on this bun for me? Why don't you? Black Elk. It's crushing it. Here, I'll put the link out. You guys could go over and like that video if you like. Black Elk crushing it. I'm sure my my wife would not be happy with that comment. Zachary Kelby, thanks so much for the $5. Says Willem Dafoe makes that movie. Absolutely agree. Willem Dafoe is fantastic in Boondock Saints. Totally agree. Everybody gave me shit for that shirt I was wearing. That's a fine shirt. Don't know why everyone was so pissy about it. But fine. Probably not going to wear it again because I'm self-conscious because everybody shit on the shirt. You happy? You bullied me into not wearing that shirt? Does that make you happy? You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. The Steamy Wiener shirt. Shirtgate, it'll affect, it's no Olive Jar Gate, but man, it's going to affect people for a long, long time. Really a negative effect on my own self-confidence. But, we will persevere. It is a fabulous piece of attire. Agreed! Thank you, Damien. Of course, I had the lefties saying it looked good, and their gay friends all wore it, and I was like, okay. That was the nail in the coffin. I was like, nope. Now, I'll remind people of the grift we have going on tonight, the little unique grift, the hot pickle, which we have to get to 200%. I can't get over it. When I'm looking at it in the light, like, I swear, when I was camping, maybe I just had a couple beers with me and wasn't paying attention, but look how red it looks. And you can see, here, you can see the chili peppers that are floating. Let's see if I can. They're lurking there. See them? They're broken up. But it's the habanero that, yeah, it's, the Amish don't piss around with their pickles, man. They'll beat you up. So, if we get to 200% of the goal by the time I end the show, I'll eat the hot pickle. I already ate one of them. Not tonight, but I ate it at camp. And it will beat me up. But I'll power through it. I'm not going to drink it. Nope. I will eat the pickle. That's it. Now, someone said, for $1,000 would I drink a big mouthful of the juice? Yes, for $1,000. That's different. But no, 200% I'll eat one of those pickles, which is a substantial pickle. It's might I recommend if you're ever in Cook Forest, stop in the Pickle Barrel. Great little local store there. Good stuff. Now, while we're peckering around, something I forgot to do today, which is bad form. Bad, Rob. Let's link 3 channels. We like to do this. First, my mod, EOD. Definitely the most handsome mod on my channel. All right, that's bullshit. He's the only mod whose face I've seen, I think, on the channel. So, but EOD's awesome. He does political commentary. Has friends come on. Also does a lot of streaming Dungeons and Dragons, which is oftentimes hilarious. So check out EOD's channel. Go over, give him a sub. Channel number 2. How about our friend Teriak, an Irishman, but don't hold that against him. I'm sure he would appreciate a sub. Oftentimes covering cultural issues and political. Does a lot of panel work. And then lastly, let's do someone who's not political. Let me recommend This guy. Buzzbeat. Buzzbeat covers, like, he does a lot of, like, he plays a lot of video games, like horror games, but he also covers a lot of, like, horror anthologies, like Tales from the Crypt, other shows like that. Worth checking out. So give all three of those channels a check out. Just give them a sub. What's up, God's Gun and Glory? We're just chilling out. Did a 2 hours, 40 minutes of political content. Now we're just chilling. Blaster bought $10. Says, I once had a jar of moonshine pickles. It was interesting. Probably would have gone great with cheeseburgers and fries. I've had all sorts of moonshine things like that. But thank you so much, Blaster bought. Incredibly generous tonight. Thank you. This Darth Grumpy Dad says, German, Irish, and Native. I was born to drink, fight, do other things, and scream like a banshee. There you go. I don't even know what my ethnicity is. I think I'm reasonable parts Italian and Irish, but I don't know. There you go. 270 subs. Awesome, man. It's great news. Moonshine pickles are about 60 proof. All right, yeah. See that. Romulan. What was it? Thought it was Congolese. Romulan. There you go. See, God's Gun and Glory at work, digging the moonshine talk. You know, moonshine's a big thing around here now, but it's like, I think it's just easier to make than like whiskey and stuff. Like, you don't have to, if I'm not mistaken, the process isn't as intensive. So people are just like, yeah, moonshine, we'll do moonshine. But it's not like it used to be where people were making it like around here. I remember growing up, people were making moonshine like in their backyard and shit, like sort of on the sly. Now it's like all these places, and it's still neat. You go in, but yeah, you know, I'll be honest, I'm just not that into alcohol anymore. It used to be, but now it's like, yeah, I have a couple light beers, good enough for me. I try to avoid the liquor. Does no good for me. Having said that, I was a fun drunk, but still, you know. All right. We are just gonna. I'm petering out here. I'm petering out of things to talk about. So we'll just do a little nightly griftathon. Yay! So you could be the MVP of the night. It will not be. I repeat, it will not be. For the Chat of the Week award, which Crucible Crusader, Chat of the Week until at least Thursday, crushing it. But why not? This will give me an excuse to go to bed instead of just sitting here rambling and talking. I think I'm going to get out cheap, and I'm not going to have to eat the hot pickle. We have to get to 200% to watch me eat the hot pickle and then be shamed as my eyes are watering and shit. That's probably good, because I think past 1 a.m., probably the time for hot pickle eating's like at the latest 8 p.m. Eastern. I don't know how good 1:30 a.m. is, so probably for the best. You know the drill at this point. Last $5 donation given or higher will win the MVP of the Night award. We'll set the clock. When the clock gets to 2 minutes, 30 seconds, if there isn't a donation, we'll check other platforms. You could donate on PayPal at Robert Noer, buymeacoffee.com/Rob Noer, or Cash App at $Rob Noer. Easiest way to donate is just through YouTube, Super Chat. Put the last Super Chat up there. That's Blasterbot. And how do I do this? We'll do it this way. $5 donation or more. We'll reset the clock. Once the clock's done, I'll call it quits for the evening. I want to stay up with you guys late, but I was running out of shit to say. So, here we go. The nightly Griftathon. Good luck to y'all. Should be fun. Yes, definitely had a fun time camping, but the highlight of it, this is how you know you're getting to be an old person. When the highlight is, I went to a store that specializes in selling pickles. You know that you're becoming an old man. Like 20 years ago, I would have went to something like that and been blackout drunk the whole weekend. Now it's like, well, my son's there and I'm trying to be reasonable. And then the next day my son wasn't there, but I was still trying to be reasonable. You know, there's only so much you could do. One of the things I'm struggling with, I'll be honest with you, is with this channel is I enjoy doing the large blocks of content. When I have call-ins, it makes it so much easier. But because I'm doing the call-in show at noon every day, plus then doing the show at 10 o'clock, you sort of run out of political story. Like, I find myself being like, well, there was stuff I have earmarked for politics to cover tomorrow. But if I use it tonight at 1 a.m., then I don't know that I'll have it tomorrow. And then if the news cycle doesn't really move, then tomorrow night I'm going to be like, well, what am I going to talk about for the first 2 hours of the show? So, you know, did I do any fishing? No, I did not do any fishing. Just sort of hang around bullshitting to friends and stuff. Now, I think Blasterbot's going to just do a quick 30,000 word dissertation on the determinism versus free will debate from before the time. Right. Oh, look at that. Alexander R. Thank you so much. $5 takes the lead. Where do thoughts come from? Wow. The question of free will. Difficult discussion. From a biblical perspective, I've heard people talk about this, but also from a secular perspective, you could talk about it. From a biblical perspective, if God knows all and God created us, do we really have free will? Or did he know our outcomes from the onset? From a secular perspective, is everything we do just some sort of mathematical equation or the equivalent thereof of just our biology with the history and the situations that we've been put in with life? And so we'll always react the same way. We didn't really have free will. It was predetermined in that sense. Yeah, I don't know. I try not to think about those questions so much. We all operate as if we have free will, else you'll just be a nihilist. So I choose to think that I have free will, or at least to operate my life such as it. And I think that the least of what I could do is hold myself to accountability. That only makes sense if I have free will. So it's a cop-out to say I don't, and therefore I can't be judged, as far as I'm thinking, when it comes to conversations of free will. Talk about Epstein again. Don't worry, I got a clip for that. There you go. After 5 years, 8 months, 13 days, 19 hours, and 23 seconds, Rob's finally run out of things to say. Not really. But yes, tonight at 1:30 a.m. Is Alexander going to get out with the cheap victory? The MVP of the night? Now, here's the deal. We are soon going to have merch that's specific to the chat of the week. We're going to have merch that we sell, but also merch that you can only win. So that will be coming. 525,600 minutes. Damn. Robnoerr Funko Pops, of course. Oh, snap. This is going to be it. Remember, $5 donation resets the clock. Puts you in the lead for the win. All right. Oh, the great Wade Boggs. Thank you so much. Always incredibly generous. $5 says, my bad for being tardy, guys. I'm here. Everything will be just fine. Then we got Am again. $5 says, don't go to bed with hot pickle breath. You might end up sleeping on the Ouch. I guarantee I would. And Zachary, the new leader, just says nope for $5. Nice. Look at that. Everybody's sandbagging. Yeah, I mean, no doubt. Some of these emails I get are just ludicrous. All right. Yeah, Zachary sniped you guys. Yeah. We're going to work, by the way, on my Discord. We're going to start working on it. I think EOD is going to help me with that. I don't think it's going to be like the world's greatest Discord channel, but it's something that I'm going to use more frequently. And I think we're going to simplify it. And the idea is, particularly on weekends, we want to do shit that's connected with people in the community. So whether it be playing games like Rust or something like that, or other sort of community stuff, we want to start doing that. So, but me being the technological meathead that I am, someone helping me out will really help me sort of get it moving in the right direction. Gaming channel down. Yeah, I hope to develop that gaming channel as well. I don't think I'm a good gamer, but I think that we have a good community, and that'll lead to some good gaming content. I'm hoping. UT has a lot of suggestions. Uma Musumi, is that the anime chicks as horse racers game? I'm sort of familiar with it. What a weird timeline we live in. That game got like super popular, I feel. Just very weird. Yeah, EOD. We'll talk about it, man. Yeah. Yeah, Rouge, I don't know. Like Master Joust. I remember that game with the ostriches. Yeah. All right, getting to the end of the time. Someone gonna beat Zach? I haven't played that Joust game forever. I think I remember a bowling alley I used to go to that had it on arcade. All right. Let's check it. Oh, shit. 1 second. I accidentally closed the Rumble window. Got to make sure no one's donating there. All right. No donation on Rumble that I see. Oh, Alexander R gives $5. Says W, thank you. And then Wade Boggs snipes it and gives $5. Thank you. Appreciate it. Heated tonight. Damn. Now, I remind you, a $200 puts you in for the win tonight unless someone matches it. We'll still reset the clock. But you know what? I'm looking at it. $200 would bring us to $682. That still wouldn't get to the 200% of the goal that we're at in order to eat the hot pickle, which is nice. It's nice to know that I got such a buffer that even if I get $200 donated, I still don't have to eat this damn hot pickle. I'm telling you, too, it's brutal. It's a fucking hot pickle. It really is. But as long as I don't get to 200%, I won't have to eat the damn thing. Meanwhile, I have a little drink. My work with the Crucible, I think, is going to take me across the country here soon. Meeting with some people with some projects, including to maybe some states that I've never been to. So I'm looking forward to that. Can't wait to meet new people. And like I said, I think what you're likely to see is I'm going to start... being in communication with some much bigger streamers, and hopefully that leads to opportunities of me getting on their shows and maybe working with them behind the scenes in projects as well. So I'm looking forward to that. But right now, I can't believe how lucky I am to have a community as good as I have. You guys are just unbelievable. It makes it easy to come up and stream. knowing that there's great people that I could bullshit to and that are willing to listen to me. And working for the Crucible is amazing as well. Yeah, EOD doing the old, like, overselling how much money we need. Nice. I like it, EOD. Master Grifters, my mods here. Truly masters of their craft. Great guys. So yeah, $232 needed to get to our goal of 200%. And then I will eat this habanero pickle. Leftovers from our camping excursion. There's 2 in there. There's no chance I'm eating 2, though. 1 will be enough. You'll see. But I don't think we're going to have to worry about it. Wade Boggs looking for the victory. Let's check Rumble. Nothing on Rumble. Check the old PayPal. Nope, nothing on PayPal. Cash App. Nothing. Well, folks. Oh, wait a second. Alexander R. saves the day. Says W reverse snooze button. Nice. Saves the day. Wade almost had the victory. I feel like someone's just going to donate the $200 to get the victory for the night. That's probably not going to happen, but that's okay. Some evil genius is going to keep me up until 6 a.m. and force me to eat the pickle. I don't know. A 6 a.m. spicy pickle sounds worse than a 2 a.m. spicy pickle, if I'm being completely honest. Mm-hmm. Alexander R. coming in hot, though. I like the gamesmanship. He's going for the win tonight. $225 left for the spicy pickle. I don't think we're going to get there, EOD. I appreciate the optimism, though. I just don't think this crowd on this night is going to do it. My son today scratched his first scratch-off ticket. He was very pleased. He's happy to just get a penny and shh. So that was fun. So I probably created a gambling addict for life. Nice. Now he had fun. I don't even think he understood the concept. I'm like, you could win money if it matches. He's just like, I just want to scratch the thing. That's right. Get him gambling early in life. Like any good father. Look forward to 16 years from now when my son's got an X account being like, my father took me down a dark path. Gambling when I was a youngster. Ah, shit. Oh, I am starting to get tired now. Oh, gotta learn to count cards. There we go. Next, give him a beer. Nope. We'll start with scratchers for the first 10 years and then move on from there. All right, is that going to be it? 2.5 minutes. And all right, let's check Rumble. Nothing on the Rumble. Looks like Alexander R. Come for the win. PayPal. Nope. Nothing on PayPal. And Cash App. Oh, Miggy gave $1 earlier on Cash App, but that's not going to cut it. So, oh, shit. Look at that. Wade gives $5. Thank you so much. We're going to be here a while. And then he's usurped quickly by Alexander R. for $5. It says W. Damn. Thank you, guys. How much more do we need? Well, let's see. $714 total. So EOD 714 minus 497. It's 697. Oh, Zach takes over. $5. Thank you. Let's see. $212 is what we need now. Actually, $211.10. I think, to be technical. 217 to go. Is that right? I don't know. Or is EOD trying to scam people out of $5? Oh, he didn't see Zach. There we go. Intel Wild, $5 says we heart Rob. Thank you. I heart me too. Thanks. Always generous, Intel Wild. Damn. I went to prom. I went to prom my junior and senior year. I'll be a little quiet about my junior year prom. I basically went because a friend of my mom's told me I had to go with her daughter. She was a nice girl, she was, but it was pretty benign. We went to prom. We didn't do any after party stuff. Prom my senior year was a different story. We did go out partying afterwards, and I passed out like way early. The date that I brought was chugging tequila, and I tried to keep up with her, and it put me down. She ended up going home with my cousin. That's okay, though. I wasn't really interested in her that way anyways. But, yeah, there you go. There's my prom adventures. No, it wasn't a rager. Just went home. Didn't interrupt my story at all. Can I believe what Zelensky said? I didn't see exactly what he said that to be angry about, to be honest. I don't think I'm going to have to eat the pickle. That would require $207 more. I don't think it's going to happen. I didn't mind my cousin taking her home. You know, he was like, he thought I was outraged by it for years. Like, I didn't talk to him for like 3 years. And then he ran into me. He's like, I'm sorry about that. And I was like, oh, I was supposed to take another girl to prom, and she ended up not being able to go. So I went with some girl that I basically had never met. She was fine. But yeah. Oh, 2:30. Checking Rumble. Nope, nothing on Rumble. Oh, there we go. Alexander R. Gets us to a nice even number. $5.10. Thank you. Didn't even have to check the others, though I will check briefly. Nope, nothing. Now it's $201 would be necessary. For the spicy pickle. Incidentally, I'm not going to get into the habit of doing stupid shit like this. It's just, I did have this jar left from my camping trip. It does feel bad not to eat it, but I'm telling you, it's pretty brutal. It was funny too, and you see this with like hot peppers and stuff, where someone will be like, "This isn't that bad." My friend was like, "What? That was it?" And they took another bite and was like, "Holy shit!" I was like, "Yeah, that's what I thought. Not so simple, huh?" Oh, shit. Intel Wild says he'll donate $175 if we get it that close. That would require like a $26 donation. So someone would have to donate $26 first. No, it's not moonshine. It's got habanero in it. How much for me to go to a panel convention in full Darth Maul face paint cosplay? Not gonna happen. Just not gonna. No, wouldn't happen. I thought I misread it at first. It was like how much to go to a death panel or convention. It's like, well, I've gone to a lot of death metal shows back in the day, so I could be talked into going to a death metal convention. But no, Darth Maul, nope, not happening. The correct $1 million, I think I could manage it. Yeah, I'll look like a doofus for one night for $1 million. Sure, why not? But we're coming up in the timer. Oh snap! Oh, time to check. Nothing on the Rumbler. Easy to see. Checking PayPal. Nope. Cash App. Nothing on cat. Oh! Wade Boggs, $5 says shit. I'll go on the $26. That's $175, I tell. And then Alexander R. throws in another $5 to take the lead. Thank you. Yeah, okay. We're not all big men. I ate a habanero once, and this pickle's not as bad as eating a straight habanero. I'll say that. I know there are big men out there that could eat habanero peppers. It's just nothing. It ain't me. Beat my ass. Oh, Alexander R. $9. Damn. Thank you so much. I don't know. Is that $175 away from it? I don't know. It's got to be close. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. No, see. Now, wait. What a fucking legend. $175. Says, eat it, brother. Oh, shit. But still not at... We did the math slightly wrong. Still not at 714. Unbelievable. What a legend, though. Shit. Intel Wild, thank you so much. And Wade Boggs, $5. Now, as I said earlier tonight, the ideal scenario for me would be that we ended the show at 199%, or that we got to 2,000%. But I won't have to eat the pickle if, oh, piss. Well, Alexander R. $7. Thank you. All right. Okay. I'm going to regret this. Thank you guys, I guess. Thank you so much. Damien says $2. Better start Vaseline your chops, Pickle Boy. No, it's OG style. That still doesn't put you in the lead, though. Alexander R. Okay. All right. All right, here we go. Reach my fat fingers in here and grab a pickle. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Maybe. Okay. Oh, shit. It's bigger than I am. There we go. The habanero pickle. Put this to a side for now. All right. Here we go. I'm just not going to fuck around. I'm just going to eat it. Oh, shit. It actually tastes pretty good. Fuck. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm going to try to hold off on the water as long as possible. I feel like the first bite got further back on my tongue than I would have liked, which at first seemed like a good idea, but now I'm regretting. So there's a little bit of a numbness. Ugh. Fuck. Can't wipe my hands. I'm definitely throwing this last one away. All right. I think yeah, it definitely is a slow burn. I think I'm going to power through it, though. Yeah, I know. No hands around the eyes. I don't think the spider would be much help here. I feel like I got a little bit of my top gum on the right side here, and it's... Yeah. That still burns. Whew. No milk. No, no, no. We'll make it. All right. Whew. All right. I feel I'm going to make it. Forehead's not sweating, but my eyes are watering. But I don't think it's getting any worse. I think that it's plateauing. So I think I'm going to be fine. I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to be a bitch. We did it. The habanero the habanero tastes good. It does. Like, some of the hot peppers taste like dirt. Habanero actually tastes good. Oh, shit. Maybe it is getting a little hotter. Give me a second. All right. We're going to make it. We're going to do it. I don't think there's a Scoville rating on the pickle container. I just know that it was made with habaneros. But no, it does. The flavor is good. It really is a good flavor. It just burns like hell. For me, we're not all pepper connoisseurs like Matthew Johnson there. To have a baby temp thermometer. No. All right. And the lips are like getting numb and burning. All right, fuck it. Good. Who was the last? Whew. You guys are unbelievably generous. Thank you. I know it was in the effort to see me eat the hot pepper or pickle, but I'll take it. Unbelievable generosity. The game still goes on. Alexander R. winning. Oh, speakeasy rated. What's up, my man? We're just doing our griftathon. I had told everyone for 200% if we got it there, I would eat this ridiculous habanero pickle. There's only one left. I'm not eating it. Not happening. I went camping this weekend in the forest. It's like 20 minutes away from me. There's a store I always pass. It's called the Pickle Barn. So I get in and they sell like Amish stuff. They sell these Amish pickles. There's all kinds of different flavors. I chose the hot baby dill pickles, and I was surprised how hot they were. So I told people I still had 2 left over, and I said, if we get to 200% of the goal, I will eat one of those hot peppers. No. 500% of the goal, and I'll eat the other pickle. But I'm not fucking around. It hurt. I'm not doing it. So we'll set it at 500%, which is unattainable. I'm not eating that fucking pickle, though. No chance. It would require, I don't know what 300% of the goal is, but it would require at least $1,000 to even consider it. Fucking hurts. I'm regretting doing it. It's still, my lips are still burning doing it. So anyways, we're just fucking around here for the rest of the night. If we get to 500% of the goal, I'll eat the fucking pickle. That's it. We're just pissing around. We're doing a griftathon. I see the great William Kramer Jr., a one-time, 2-time champion of the Chat of the Week. This isn't for the Chat of the Week. That's Crucible Crusader. William lost his title. He wasn't here last Thursday, so we'll be doing the Chat of the Week griftathon Thursday at 1 or 2 a.m. But for now, the game's simple. $5 donation resets the clock. Last person to give at least $5 donation wins. Probably at the top of the hour. I'll switch it to $10 being necessary. Donate $200. You're the winner for the night unless someone exceeds or matches that. And we continue. I even feel like even in the back, like where your tonsils would be, it feels fucking hot. But I didn't drink. I didn't have milk up here, and I haven't even taken a drink of water. So I'm proud of myself. Anyways, yeah, see, I know everyone's like, habanero's nothing. Congratulations to you people. To me, a habanero is not nothing. I've eaten one in my life when I was like in 12th grade, and I thought I was going to have to go to the hospital. My face swelled up and was puffy. Now I'm not drinking the pickle juice. Not happening. It'll kick my ass. Anyways, you got to get in at least a $5 donation by the time we get to 2.5 minutes. If you don't, Alex R would win. Now, in fairness, I will check my other platforms real quick. Rumble, PayPal, and Cash App. So, no, there's no one's going to donate $1,000. So I don't have to worry about this last damn pickle. And I'll tell you this much, this jar's, as soon as I get downstairs tonight, this thing's going right in the fucking trash. Because I'm not eating the second, it's just done with it. Now I do recommend the pickle barn, or I'm sorry, the pickle barrel. If you're ever in Cook Forest, just because I'm a sissy and couldn't handle the habanero pickle, maybe it's to your liking. And they also have a ton of other pickles and pickle-themed merchandise there. Mail it to you. Mail an opal pickle jar. No, I'm not saving it for the next stream. Damn thing's going in the garbage. Hey, Intel Wild! Put us over the top. Thanks so much. Says, I'm here for $5. Current winner. Mango habanero salsa hot sauce. I've had it, but it's nowhere near the heat. I think habanero's got some excellent flavor. So I think when the heat's tamped down on it, it actually is good. But you could also donate get my mouth a little less fire here. It's getting better now. You could donate at PayPal at robnoerr or buymeacoffee.com/robnoerr or at Cash App $robnoerr. So if someone was going to send $1,000 to eat the second pepper pickle, whatever the fuck it is, that's probably how you would have to do it. But Intel Wild wants to win just one time. Oh shit! I think I rubbed my eye a little. All right, I am getting a drink. I know I have it. Oh, Jesus. Mm. Oh man, what a career path I've chosen. Eating hot pickles at 2 a.m. Now I told my wife, I went downstairs to grab the pickle jar. She was still up. She said, "What the hell are you doing?" I was like, "Listen, I told him if I get to 200% of the goal, which isn't going to happen, I'll eat this last hot pickle." And she was like, "You're an idiot." And I was like, "Do we have any Tums or heartburn medication?" She was like, "No." She's like, "We do, but I'm not going to tell you where it is because you deserve it." So, yeah. That happened. All right, here we go. I think Intel. Oh, shit. I'm so sorry. I took Intel Wild's name off the. There he is. He's going to win it. He's going to win it tonight. All right, here we go. It's going to be the end of the night. No donations on Rumble. All right, I'll check. Oh, shit. I'll check the other platforms. Oh, fuck. Nothing on PayPal. Intel Wild, I think a much-deserved victory coming your way. That's it. Nothing on Cash App. Ladies and gentlemen, much-deserved win tonight. Intel Wild. Unbelievable victory. Look at this shit. Threw $175. Give it up. Intel Wild. Unbelievable. Hope I have a comfy couch. I do. I'm hoping it doesn't come to that. If I face away from my wife in bed, hopefully the pickle won't make that much of a difference. Hot damn. No, thank all of you. You guys are the best. Intel Wild, come on, man. Thank you. What a blessed life I have. You guys, I can't thank you enough for how great you are. Absolutely amazing supporters. I can't thank you enough. Really does, it's so weird. I was thinking about this. I went camping. My son's first day of school is Wednesday. I wouldn't be around for any of this if I was still at my old job. So the fact that you guys are so generous, I'll be honest, when I quit that job and I started streaming full time, I was like, look, I had some money saved up. I was like, I'll probably be able to afford to do this for 3 or 4 months. I'm going to try real hard. But at the end of that, I'll realize that it's not going to work out. I'm going to have to find another job. And it has not been that way whatsoever. It's been the opposite. You guys have been incredibly generous. So thank you all. Even those that don't donate, thank you so much for your support. It really means a lot. And especially, though, to those that do donate, Wade Boggs, Intel Wild, Damian, Alexander R., Zachary Gelpy, always donating, our friend Naughty Germ, Amicad, Blasterbot, crushed it tonight. Thank you, man. Intel Wild not only wins the game tonight, but also won in total donations by a healthy margin. Thank you all. Dean Jacobs, always donating. Bandit. Level 4 Lobster, Blake Pearson. Miggy, Joseph Romano. Thank you guys so much. Postal Joe, Achilles. Thank you all. Thank you to my mods as well, who are you know, they're surly, but they're surly. They're fantastic. So thank you so much to them. Really, 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 just amazing support that I have on the channel. And also, thank you to my editor, Black Elk. And thank you to my eye that's now on fire because I rubbed my fucking eye with the habanero pickle hand. I knew I would, too. I fucking knew I would. So, yeah, I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to wash my eye out. This is tremendous. Yeah, that's great. All right, we're going to raid a great channel, Abe Dinkus. I think Abe is fantastic. You guys should check out his channel. Give him a sub. Stick around. I think you'll like it. I did get subbed. Tomorrow, around noon, we'll be doing the call-in show, and then 10 p.m. Eastern. I think I may have a guest tomorrow. I'm still trying to confirm that. So we're going to be talking about economics. Should be a good one. So, and then debate panel lined up Wednesday. Thursday, I think I may have something going on then. I got to reach out to someone. I might have something going on Thursday. And then I'm around all weekend. So I will say, though, there is a chance that I'm going to be flying out some places for my work with the Crucible. Though that's a good problem to have. So I'm hoping that that happens. But I think you guys will like the fruits of that. But there are big things coming up for the channel, big things coming up for me, and I hope big things coming up for the members of the community. So, like I said, I got a meeting with a merch guy this week at some point. So hopefully I'll be dealing with that. My priority right now is my son's first day of school Wednesday. So tomorrow it's like we told him we're going to go out like grocery shopping and buy stuff for his lunchbox, anything that he wants within reason to put into his lunchbox. And we're just going to, I'm nervous as shit, I'll be honest. But I think that he's going to have a great time there. I understand there's a lot of people that are like, you should homeschool. He's going to the same Catholic school that my wife went to. He's going to have a class of like 6 people. Most of the principals, my wife's cousin. Most of the teachers we know. So I think it's going to be amazing. Merch, cool design and colors. Yeah, I mean, I got some ideas. I think I want 4 different shirt designs, probably 1 hat. I'd like to get some socks. Not many people were selling socks as merch. And then I think I have a great idea for Chat of the Week. Something that if the winners want and they're willing to give me their address, that we'll send out for Chat of the Week. I think it'll be something pretty cool. You'll win a t-shirt and this other thing. So it might take a month or so to get this stuff created. In addition, the trophy should be done by the end of that month. That the great William Gramer Jr. is going to be on for being the whale of the channel. One-time donation of $2,000. You could usurp him as whale of the channel and get your name on that trophy as well. If you donate a one-time donation of $2,000. I'll wait. I'm assuming it's about to come in. We'll give it a couple minutes. $2,000. And checking here. I know everyone's like, where do I send $2,000? A PayPal will work at robnoerr. Or Cash App at $robnoerr. Either one. We're not picky. Hoodies. Maybe. Hoodie might be an idea. All right. I assume any second now. We'll stick around just so you guys can know who the $2,000 donor is. I'm sure it's any second now. You know how these things go. It takes people enough time to put in their information. Fuck, this eye's hurting me. All right. All joking aside, I gotta get downstairs and wash my fucking eye out. Enjoy this raid of Abe Dinkins. Please stick around. I think you'll like him. Yeah, $2,000, I'll eat the last pickle. That's absolutely true. For $2,000, I'll eat this stupid ass pickle. And you get your name on the trophy for $2,000. A twofer. But all joking aside, please enjoy the raid of Abe Dinkins. Even if you don't stick around, please give him a sub. Subs are free. Just head over there, give him a sub. I think he'd really appreciate it. So thank you so much. We'll see you all around noon tomorrow. You guys are the best. And as always, have a good one.